Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, y'all. We're going to be talking about perspective today. I'm going to do my selfie, and once I'm done, I will do my audio test and my data test. Then we'll be at the trail. So, for any of you, you can scroll within a couple minutes into the stream, and you'll see the talk. Perfect. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1. My nose is a little runny, so we'll be hearing a little bit of sniffling, but that'll clear soon enough. All right. So with that being said, let me actually quickly do a test on my thing. So with that being said, I'll see you at the trail. So yeah, it's going to be about, well, we've already been 3 minutes in, so whoever's here, just, well, scroll and you will see the video. All right, I'll be back. All right, y'all. Let's see. Where are y'all gonna see me? That's perfect. Morning, y'all. Morning, afternoon, evening, or night, wherever you are on this amazing planet. I'm gonna take a few minutes for the live stream to sort of, get rolling. Today we're gonna be talking about perspective. We talked about perception for 2 days, but perspective goes hand in hand with perception. Changing your perspective is going to be very important, though. It's funny, though. When you share certain things, others then have a different perspective of you, and perspectives can either be added on or they can be erased, just like that. So we're going to get into it shortly. Oh, what a beautiful day. Just before I start, a couple things. I saw the Wolverine game last night on the State of Play with PlayStation, and man, it is brutal and bloody and violent. I'm like, whoa, Wolverine, calm down, boy. What's up, dude? Good to see you. How's it going, mister? How's your streams? How are your streams going, dude? They're good? I trust that your streams are doing good. I need to turn the camera just a little bit towards. Thank you. And you kept saying, oh, Orion, you need to change your topics. I told you, dude. See, don't doubt when I say something. I told you so. But thank you. How do you think I got to those 700 subscribers? I said the same thing, but I elevated, I evolved, right? So, yeah, I'm going to get talking in a moment. So anybody who's watching the replay, if there is anybody watching the replay, I would highly recommend to kind of like scroll through a little bit, because, you know, in the beginning I usually just kind of like just shoot the shit for a bit. And for those of you who watch the end, I also shoot the shit for a bit. So if, you know, once we get back to the house, I would highly recommend at that point to just like, you know, click off the live, because, you know, if you're watching the replay. Ugh. Hey, very nice, dude. Very good. See, keep going. You're doing great. Super proud of you, bro. I'll be doing Kick soon. I feel that Kick is calling me more than YouTube, to be honest, but we'll see. I think my people might be more on Kick. So, time will tell when I go on Kick, and thankfully, you know, the Streamlabs app, it changes things according to the platform. So like YouTube, it gives you the thumbnail, and it gives you like the ability to go unlisted, private, or public. Whereas I was attempting to go live. I didn't do it, but I saw what it will be like when I go live on Kick, where you have to pick a category, you give it the title, you don't have a thumbnail, and it literally just, you go live. The moment you hit live, that's it. So I look forward to doing Kick sometime this month, and we'll see what happens on Kick. It'll be interesting. A whole new demographic of people. Maybe a lot more in alignment, maybe even less in alignment, because, you know, Kick is not designed, that platform is not designed to talk about the things what I want to talk about. That's what YouTube is for. Kick is more shooting the shit. But then again, I've seen people talk about politics and all kinds of like things in their IRL chats. So I think we'll see. I could be the trendsetter there though. Right? Like, I don't follow the same traditional I don't follow the same traditional rules like on platforms like LinkedIn. I'm not a business person anymore. I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm not an employee of a corporate, like a corporation. So my LinkedIn profile is vastly different than most people's profiles. They got their little, made up suits and ties. Even though I have my suit and tie as well, but you can see the ingenuineness of their profiles. So yeah, I have a bunch of lawyers on that profile though. Tons of lawyers on that profile. Cool. All right. I guess I'm gonna start talking about perspective. Why it's so important to have perspective. So how does one build perspective, first of all, Orion? It's similar to perception. Awareness is the first entry point to transformation. And when you get perspectives, it allows you to have the ability to see, again, just as much as perception. It allows you to have options on what you can choose to entertain as your truth or as your way of being. Now, I didn't have a lot of perspectives back then. So like, for example, I was always seeing things from the surface level. I was always seeing things like from like a third dimensional plane. But because I was able to rise myself to God's eye view, That's multi-dimensional perspective, meaning I can see all of it before it happens. Doesn't mean I'm all knowing in the mind, but the soul has all the answers. Meaning, like, anytime someone shares something with me that the mind doesn't know, the moment they share it with me, now I have it. Now I have it accessible in the mind. So shifting that perspective allows me to, if it feels like I'm not having certain information or I'm sort of unaware presently, someone or something will make me aware of something I'm supposed to be aware of. That's a bar, write it down. So for me, like, because I raised myself to a higher plane, not a better plane, just a higher plane, it allows me to see more. It's like, for example, morning. For example, let's say I am on the ground and now an airplane that just flew by. The people on the airplane can see all of the surrounding area, whereas I can only see just what my eyes can currently see right now. So if you lift your perspective, you can see a lot more. See more. So it's very important to build perspectives. And when you hear somebody, not to just like dismiss it right away. That's being closed-minded. And when you're closed-minded, your perspectives shrink in size. That means you only see it just this one way and you're not open to other ways. For me, I had to cultivate being open-minded in my first year of transformation. It was tough. It's very difficult. You know, going a lot of years of my life believing the things I believed in at the time, I couldn't have morning. I couldn't change because I was stuck to what I've always known and what was familiar. That's what happens to most of us. We get stuck into a box, and then that box becomes your identity. And the identity, the moment that box is threatened, you start to, the body's going to start to react, or the mind's going to start to do all kinds of things to self-sabotage you, to keep you back in the box. So how did I break out of my box? Well, I saw like other entrepreneurs, and hey, morning, it's good to see you. I saw other entrepreneurs and other business owners and a lot of different like people who were building their mindset. They all basically said that when they started to change their life, they started to open their minds to different ideas, because it's like, I think it's Einstein that said, keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again and expecting a different result. That's the definition of insanity. And so what I was doing over and over and over was being negative, pessimistic, angry, frustrated, annoyed, depressed, sad in this world, and I was expecting my reality to change, but reality can't change until you have shifted within. That's why I keep pointing to the answer is you, no matter what. It doesn't matter what you believe in, it's you that has to believe in it. And so, or what you think or what you feel. I'm going to do my best to slow down my talking as well. Reminding myself. Perspective. Welcome back, Chelsea. Good to see you. And yes, I am wearing an orange t-shirt today because I figured why not. When I opened up my perspectives, it allowed me to see more things that I was never able to see prior, such as like spirituality. Now, I'm not a spiritual person anymore. I could give fuck all about being spiritual, and I will not be put in a box of being in that spiritual like personification. That was once I was all into spirituality in 2023 and 2024, and then somewhere in 2025 it started to fade because it became another box, a trap. And a lot of people, unfortunately, they use it as their personality. And due to the fact that they use it as their personality, if you start to even mention anything negative about spirituality, which, by the way, there's nothing negative about spirituality, it just is. But the thing is, people are using it as like a cop-out. More of like, how do I even say this? They're using it as not a coping mechanism, but an excuse. Because like, I told some people, like, who are you without your zodiac signs? But Orion, I was born in April. I was born in here. I'm like, okay, cool. But who are you without that? They couldn't answer me. I'm like, and that's my point. If you can't even answer who you actually are before your name, the identity that you think you are, and your zodiacs and all the other spiritual things that you've called yourself, then you clearly don't know who you are. And who you are is itself. Or I will say, you are the creator or God or the infinite intelligence permeating a vessel to express your version on reality. That's what you actually are. And infinite intelligence goes beyond those little tools and tactics. So like when people say, I am ENFP or INFJ, or they say, I'm an introverted, extroverted person. I'm like, you're just fucking ambivert, and everybody's ambivert. But some people are more, but that's because they don't know who they are. When they were a child, they weren't like that. Over time, they created a box to put themselves into based on the perceptions of the world and the perspectives that they've taken on. That like, oh, the world is a little tough, so I should like shrink down and put myself in a box. I did that. I did that for years. I wanted to be not seen, not heard, and I was invisible. You can call me Invisible Man. I was Invisible Man for the majority of my life. And anytime I dared attempt to step out of that box, guess what was met with me? Resistance. Problems incurred. Problems arised. People were more difficult. So I was like, well, I don't want to even deal with people, so may as well just be like that person that's hiding in the background. You know the student who's in the back of the class and doesn't want to be, like raising their hand when the teacher like asks a question, you just want to like hide, or you're hiding behind the other students and you're like afraid when the teacher says, "Hey, Orion, what's the answer to this? Morning. What's the answer to this?" And I don't want to answer because I'm afraid. Because, I want to be invisible because I felt judged. But of course, the only reason why that came to be is because of perception and perspectives. When you know that you're always going to be judged no matter what you do or what you say, then you get to just be you. It's just that simple. Because no one's going to ever know the true you, so you may as well be you. Because by the time you're on your deathbed, if you have never lived your truest version of yourself, you're going to have a lot of regret. That's a bar. Write that down. CJ. Yeah, it is a very broad term. I consider myself spiritual insofar as, I'm interested in knowing about life and consciousness, things beyond the material world. Yeah, so I don't use the word spiritual, I use the word consciousness, or just is, right? Everyone has their own definition of spirituality, but spirituality just means unseen. Nothing more, nothing less, right? I am not a spiritual being, that's just a made-up word. All words are made up. Every word is made up. I just exist with just is. That's why I really don't want to use words. I hate words. I love words and I hate words at the same time. Because I really don't want to be using words. I just want to send my intentions via energy, which I can, but not every one of you is going to pick it up. Because this is going to get in the way, unfortunately. For those who are very connected with their soul and they have control over their mind, you'll feel it. But the rest needs to hear words. I can stand on the stream and do this all day, but I think some of you will be clicking off very, very quickly. You'll be like, oh, I can just do this all day, or I can do this all day, but then you'll be like, what the hell is he doing? I don't want to use words. I just want to send intentions, and you'll know my intentions. So I have to use words. But all words are made up. Whether you believe that to be true or not, they're all made up. Language evolved over time, but they're all made up. And the meanings we gave to them too is also made up as well. You know, this thing called water that's here wasn't called water when we humans weren't here. It had no name. But we have to name things to identify with it. That's why we also have our own names. But you, me, and everybody aren't our actual names. We are just itself pretending to be or playing a character for the time being. There was a great reel on Instagram, and it was from like an old movie. I think it was like Babylon 5 or one of the movies where they asked like, what is God? And then, so like they were talking about like the source of light, but they can't really see the entire light. But then when you shine the light to a wall, then that image becomes like a visible aspect of God, the universe, the infinite intelligence. And that's kind of like what we are. We're just basically like the end of a flashlight where you can see the beam, or the beam of light permeating a very real meat suit, right? But when we take off our VR headsets in the other side, you'll see that you're like, oh, I have to use VR headset because it's the closest analogy to what this is. Doesn't mean you can still get fucking hurt. Like, for example, like if you're playing a VR game, like you put on the headset, like on our experience, you're experiencing, because the mind is filling in the information that, you know, you're by the water or you're about to, you know, right? Especially, I've seen those videos on TikTok where people are playing first-person shooter games with the VR headset, and they're like banging into things, and they're getting terrified, and they actually feel like they're getting like hit, like they're feeling it, because they can feel the damage being done to them, because they've immersed themselves so deeply into it. That's kind of what we've been doing here. When I disidentified with the body and the mind, and I have a body and I have a mind, that allowed me to free myself from the confines of like the third dimensional realm, and allowed me to see everything for just is. And that's why I had my experience. But we don't need to go down that road again. It's not relevant. The point is, during my time in 2019 to 2026, this 7-year period, a lot of perspectives were gained. But the me from 2019 could have never possibly imagined that this version would be where he is right now. There's no way. That's why it is important to make content, or you don't even have to put it on the internet. You record yourself and leave it somewhere so that you can see the evolution of yourself, because your eyes and your mind need to have some sort of like proof that you're expanding and evolving and progressing, because without that, the mind's gonna think you're falling, failing, and losing, and you're basically not progressing in life. But the thing is, you're always progressing in every present moment. The mind doesn't need to see that. That's a perspective. Morning, how are you? Good. Enjoy your day. CJ, let's see what you wrote. You leave some pretty good stuff, so I like it. Morning. I'm not spiritual as I am not following religion and not into the Kundalini and third eye and chakras and all that. Wearing certain clothing and incense and other non-spiritual people do. Yes, I was wearing the crystals. I was doing all the stuff, the Kundalini, the third eye, you know, all that kind of stuff. But that's just noise, right? Doesn't mean it can help. It can help. It helped me, and I had to go through that journey. But like, you know, a lot of people, if they're using it as this is where it comes down to. If you're using it as some sort of dependency, right? What if one day that dependency disappears? Then what, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, when you know who you are, you can't be dependent on the outside world and using these third dimensional aspects, right? There's so many people talking about all kinds of things like star seeds and this and that and whatever, and that's fine. Use whatever works. If it's helping you in your life, use it. But the question is, will you always be dependent on it? It's like having training wheels on your bike forever. You'll have to take off the training wheels at some point. I had to do it. Basically, all the stuff like the crystals and believing that rose quartz gives you more love. No, it's your conviction in the rose quartz that gives you more love, because you're the one projecting the energy. Doesn't mean they don't vibrate, but you know, if you look at some of those crystals, they'll say, said to believe to help you with self-love, or said to believe to help you with X, Y, and Z. There's a stone called moldavite. And if my spiritual people are on here, you may or may not like what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it anyways. Moldavite, once upon a time, cost what? Pennies. Piece of stone, big ass stone. It was just a stone. And then someone on TikTok experienced something mystical, okay? And they're holding moldavite, and then the craze caught on. They're like, oh my God, I manifested this, that. No, it was their conviction. But also, shit was happening and like destroyed this in my life. I'm like, that was supposed to happen. That had nothing to do with moldavite. But because of that person's conviction in the moldavite piece, right? I believe it was a girl. She, went viral, and everybody and their fucking mothers went and got moldavite, and the price of moldavite went through the roof. A little piece of stone like that costs like $300. I know, because I have one. But when I was in San Diego and I bought it from a soul brother, his name is Chuck. He owns a crystal store. Really good guy, really good dude. I told him, like, man, this is back in 2023. I'm like, man, I'm afraid to buy this, because like I don't know what kind of hell is gonna break loose. So he told me something. He's like, Orion, let me ask you a question, dude. You see that I'm around the moldavite all day? I'm like, yeah. Is bad shit happening to me? Well, no, you're running your crystal store. Precisely. If you choose to entertain that as real and true, then you will have problems and shit will unfold, because you're putting fear, you're projecting the fear. And that's why I'm going to talk about projection tomorrow. You're projecting out something that will ultimately come back. It's a mirror. It's a reflection. So a lot of people, if you go on like TikTok and you type in moldavite, you'll see people being all kinds of craziness with that stone. It's just a fucking stone. One time I had the stone in my hand and I brought it into a crystal store because, I was into all that back then. And I kid you not, people they were kind of like stepping away from me. They're like, moldavite, he's got moldavite. Like, as if it's like some sort of disease to have moldavite in your hands. It's just a stone. And you could see the terror in their eyes, because they got so entrenched to the idea that moldavite is a dangerous force. And it's not just one person who said that. Like, I was in one of my other law firms, and a brother one day, because he saw me wearing crystal necklaces, he's like, hey, you ever heard of this stone called moldavite? I'm like, I kind of heard of it, but I'm not too sure what it is. And he told me, like, yeah, if you ever run into moldavite, be careful, because it's going to do all kinds of like crazy shit in your life. You could say the crazy shit did happen, but it wasn't because of the moldavite. I can guarantee on that one, because that was all things that I needed to undo, and I had to go through shit. And plus, the moldavite was not even on like me. It was near me, but had nothing to do with it. Right? Morning. So some will say, but Orion, you having a mental breakdown and you having your memories is part of moldavite. I'm like, no, it's not. It's clearly not. Because I had a similar mystical experience in 2022, and moldavite was not even in my consciousness, like in my awareness. So clearly it's not moldavite. And then I had one in San Diego while sitting in a car, and I heard a sound saying, my son, because back then I still didn't believe God was here. I believed there was a dude in the sky. God was saying to me, or the infinite intelligence was saying, my son, because he wanted to make sure that my attention was captured. My son, the answer to life is through sound and vibration. That started me down the path of being a sound healer or sound practitioner and all the other, energy modalities that I have that I don't really use anymore. There's no need for it for myself personally. I do have that service available though, but I don't really use it because I know how the mind actually works. Perspective. It's all about perspective. If you say that that stone is going to do something magical in your life and you have absolute conviction, it will happen. 100%, because you put so much belief into that stone or that crystal. They do vibrate. They do have vibrational properties, yes, but that doesn't mean that vibrational property can mean anything. Morning. That vibrational property can mean anything. You can change the meaning of anything at any time. And that's why I said, all things are made up. They always existed before we came here and gave it meaning. We humans are the ones that keep making all kinds of obfuscations and attributing meaning to things to ultimately either help us or hinder us. Nothing wrong with it helping us, because that's how we navigate the world. But I see far too many people getting hindered by the things that they're entertaining, when it's not really hindrance. It's just their mind gaslighting them and puppeteering them to basically keep them where they are, stuck, trapped, not progressing further. Morning. I don't understand crystals, but it could help. Good morning, Doc. Good to see you. I don't understand crystals, but it could help if they emit frequencies and may not be protons and neutrons and electrons. Apparently they don't exist, and we may be vibrate. And well, the creator or infinite intelligence had to use some sort of physical form to express itself, and use protons, neutrons, electrons, which are waveforms and particles. When you break it down, protons, neutrons, electrons are just waveforms and particles. And all these things are just waveforms and particles. Everything's just waveform and particles. That double slit experiment kind of sums it up. And before a waveform and particle, its rawest, truest form is just energy. But, energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed. It can technically be created, but not out of thin air, because it's already in existence. It's already here. But, crystals, I'm not saying they don't help. I certainly wore a lot. Look, I still have, this is not a crystal bracelet, but my mind still believes that this bracelet here, right? This one's called shungite. So this shungite apparently blocks out EMF. Apparently, right? If you truly believe that it blocks out EMF, anything with your technology, then it will block it out. But, I know I'm wearing this not because it's blocking out. I'm wearing it because it's cool. It's just black. I have many. I had my arms filled with just it looked like a friggin' gauntlet that I was wearing with my crystal bracelets. But I don't wear them much anymore. I'll still put them on here and there, not because I'm a spiritual dude, because I just feel cool. It's just like wearing any piece of accessory. Why do people wear rings and bracelets and chains and earrings and stuff? It's just to look cool. That's all. So for me now, if I'm wearing those crystal necklaces or anything like that, it's just because it's cool. I dig it. I was going to put it on this morning, but I'm like, it's fine. No big deal. This is enough. I've been wearing this one all the time. Yeah, exactly. The mind is all, the universe is mental. That in itself, for me, is enough. That tells me everything I need to know about how and I've seen it for myself. I've had my experience to know what this is, and I'm like, okay. That's why I stopped suffering. The only time I will still get angry and mad is because the character still gets angry and mad for stupid shit for no reason. I'm like, what are you doing? Morning, sister. How are you? You good? Good. Have a great day. Thank you. So like my mind will just, like this character's mind will still entertain some third dimensional garbage. And I'm like, what are you doing? Hello? You're creating the suffering in your body. You're taking the hot coal and holding it in your hand and burning yourself. Morning. You're still taking the hot coal and holding it in your hand. You refuse to let it go. Orion, drop the fucking coal. You're burning yourself. Or you're drinking poison. Every time you're getting mad, you're just getting... It doesn't mean not to feel your shit. But the longer you stay in it, the longer you're going to be with it. That's a bar, write it down. So you have the choice to drop it or keep holding on to it. Or like it's like holding like to a 20-ton backpack, right? Like you're like weighing yourself down. And all you gotta do is like find a way to take that shit off and drop it. That's by feeling your feelings and dissolving that, what I call the crazy glue that's stuck to your body, and feeling it and dissolving it. And that feeling it is like the process of getting warm water and starting to rub off the glue from your skin. So it starts to dissolve and free yourself. That's what emotions are. It's glue, energetic glue. Wow, I can hear a school bell from all the way. Their school is like far in the distance and I can hear it. Amazing. Awesome. Having perspective really does change the game though. Because like anytime like anyone attempts to spiritually intellectualize me with their intellectual slow down. Anytime somebody attempts to intellectualize me, because a lot of people used to do that. They used to want to be morally superior with their intellectualization. So I'm sure that's not how you say it, but whatever. I already played checkmate. It's done. I'm on a different plane. Checkmate. I'm aware. Checkmate. So like when people, there's been people in the past, not on this stream, but there's been people in the past who've told me, but don't you know how this works? And da-da-da-da. I'm like, okay, then tell me if it's working, if the way it is working for you, are you living your best life? Are you doing the thing you came here to do? Because I can tell you right now, those who are doing what they came here to do, they ain't on YouTube watching a live stream. You best believe they ain't on YouTube watching a live stream. They are out in the world bringing forth what already exists from a state of invisibility to visibility and sharing it with the world. Whether they are on their own live stream helping people, or they're creating content, or they're doing their business or their purpose work. But you ain't going to see someone watching a live stream, generally speaking. So that's why, you know, when people came on my previous channel, I'm like, are you doing what you came here to do, or are you just angry at the world and you just want to take it out on me? Most people just want to take it out on other people because they don't have a sounding board. I'm a great sounding board. Y'all can just throw your stuff at me. I can handle it because I've been there. And I would rather you all do it here with me than to go to someone else and then all hell breaks loose over there. Handle your business with me. I got you. If you need to be frustrated and mad, or you need to get angry or throw a little hissy fit on the stream, do it. I can handle it. Morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm excellent. I'll see you in a bit. Perspective. That's another perspective. Because back then, I didn't have the capabilities of handling that. The monkey and the banana in the jar. Very nice. I think I know that story as well too. But if you want to share it, feel free. This morning the stream's a little quiet, which is okay. less distraction, better for me. Gaining perspectives really changed my life, like, because it just positions you in a way that can navigate the world without being like caught up in the whirlwind of reality. Because let's just face it, if you don't really have that many perspectives, you're just taking on the world's perspective of what you should be like, and that's going to be generally fear-mongering, suffering, stress, lots of stress, by the way, anger, frustration. But when you have different perspectives, it allows you to see things differently and allows you to navigate what that might be for you, hence the meanings. That's why it's important to still have meanings to things, right? All things have no meaning, but at the same time, they do have meaning when you give meaning to it, and that's a bar, write it down. Like, for example, I'll see you, have a good day, thank you. Like the airplane that's flying in the sky right now. Like, they're having a smooth ride, I can tell. There's no turbulence, but there was a story of an airplane that was in absolute chaos in the air, but when we were on the ground, right, we're just thinking, oh, that plane's just flying normal. But everybody up there is having like they're having a fearful time because of what's happening, right? Different perspectives, right? We don't know what some people are feeling up in their airplane. But that's a FedEx plane right now that's flying over. But the one prior was an Air Canada plane, right? But we don't know what they're feeling. There might be someone who's scared shitless while they're in that plane, like they're terrified. Because there are a lot of people who are afraid of flying, right? But, you know, we're on the ground and we don't think about that. But there are humans up in the sky in every present moment who are potentially facing something that could be life-threatening. There have been people who were in labor on the plane, and babies were born on planes. There have been obviously things in the past, not to go down that road, that has happened that brought us to the way the world currently is to some degree. Right? We just don't know. But that's what I'm saying, like, different perspectives will yield different realities. And this perspective, some of you may like, some of you may not like, but I will share it. I said it a few moments ago, that everything, you're just bringing something that's currently invisible into visible form, because in the other side, all things exist. And we had a conversation when I first started on this channel about ownership. Technically speaking, nothing belongs to anybody. Yes, like Taylor Swift, she has her songs, but those songs didn't come from Taylor Swift. They came from itself through Taylor Swift's body. So technically that song belongs to itself, not Taylor Swift. But because she is the holder of her songs, she brought it. But she didn't create shit. She just brought it forth into the physical that already existed. The universe is waiting for any one of you to bring something that's currently invisible and make it visible into the world. That's all it is. All things already exist. It's already created. We're actually not creating shit. That's another perspective. We're actually just revealing what's already there, waiting for you or someone else. And if you don't do it, someone else will do it, because we're all interconnected. We're a network. So there was someone had an idea, but they didn't act upon it. So itself wanted to act through that person, but they were afraid. So they're like, well, gonna have to pass that opportunity to someone else who isn't afraid. And guess what? They handled it, and they brought it into existence. Let's see. I'm gonna read what you shared. Chelsea, you hate flying. Too long a story I'll tell you about, but it's a good story. We just cling to things that cause us harm, and all we have to do is let go of what we are doing too. But even though it hurts us, we cling to it. Exactly. Because the thing is, it's familiar. There's familiar chaos or uncertainty peace. Familiar chaos or uncertainty peace. That's why people will keep going over and over and over and over and subscribing to the same thing, because it's familiar. Because, you know, it's better to know what they currently know, even though it's not great for them or it's chaotic for them, than to go into something that's currently unknown and could be even worse. But generally speaking, it's always usually better. That's where your growth comes from. If I did not pursue being an entrepreneur, I wouldn't be here. Quite literally, I'd still be working IT. I'd be making maybe close to 7 figures. But would I have been happy? No. I had it all at one point, y'all. Well, the normal life. The wife, the car, the home, the career. I had it all, and I was still miserable. I didn't understand what life was about. And when I had only $2 in my bank account and living at parents' house until I moved to San Diego, and, you know, selling my car and, you know, giving it to my sister basically. I still use the car though. I'm gonna get my Toyota Supra soon enough, so that's already done. But you see, I have less, and I feel better. I feel at peace. Doesn't make any sense. I had the career, making lots of money, tons. Had a wife, had all of it, and I still felt miserable. Perspective. Doesn't mean that you can't have all those things and be happy. I just didn't understand life back then. Understanding life was important. Understanding how reality worked was important, because I didn't understand how reality worked. Good morning. Great, you? Good, enjoy your day. Thank you. Because I didn't understand how reality worked and how life worked, I basically was getting bitch slapped and thrown around like a rag doll. That's what reality does to people. It rag dolls you. You get flung around like a rag doll. And you become reality's little bitch because you get punished for not knowing how the game works. That's why I came to the planet to help you all to understand the game itself by knowing that the answers start right here, not out there. And as I'm sharing, this is not me sharing it to you. This is you sharing it to yourself. I'm just you in a different body. Nothing more. I'm not here for more concepts and ideologies and dogma. I'm literally just here. You're the answer. Just it. Live. You get to choose whatever you want at this point. I chose, and now I'm living my best life. Quite literally. No stress. Relax. Oh, and by the way, for those of you who are attempting to reprogram your subconscious mind, you're not reprogramming shit. You're deprogramming the garbage that you installed, and you're uninstalling that nonsense, and you're tapping back into the core operating system of your subconscious, which was abundance, joy, flow, ease, effortless. All that other stuff you installed is what's clogging your this is technical terms now. This is what's clogging your operating system. And you basically have a virus, or you have really sluggish software that's holding your computer hostage. You click something and you're like, why is it taking five minutes to open up this program? You have all the RAM in the world, you have all the storage, and you have a great processor, This is using your body as a computer right now. But you click that thing and it's not working. It's taking forever. What the fuck's going on? It's because you have a piece of bad or software that's in misalignment to the operating system, and you must remove it. You can keep installing new programs, but you got to remove the other one first. For those of you who ever reformatted your computer or upgraded your Windows computer, I don't know who's tech here and who isn't tech here. If you understand, Sheetal, are you good?
Perfect.
Good. I'm talking about perspective right now. Perspective.
Okay.
How it's important to have it, because like when you don't have it, it limits your experience, right? Because if you don't have perspective, then you're kind of locked to just the one thing, but there's a whole range of things and it allows you to be open and explore. Yeah. So right now I'm talking about how when we're attempting to to remove a program, like think of us like a computer, right? And you attempt to remove, or you're attempting to install a new program called Abundance, but you have the program called Lack inside of your system. Don't you got to remove the Lack program first to install the Abundance? Most people are attempting to just pile on top of the Lack program the Abundance and force it, because our natural birthright is abundance. But most people have installed the program called Lack and fear and worry and doubt because they see with their eyes and their mind, right? Morning, brother. How are you? Enjoy your day, dude. I will. So in order for the program to work properly, you have to uninstall the old one first. And like from a tech, because I used to be a tech guy, was an IT person for years. If you go from Windows 7 to Windows 10 without reformatting, you bring the problems of Windows 7 into Windows 10. And the computer gets slow. You have to reformat, basically. That means removing everything and starting fresh. Yeah. So that's why it's important to have perspective on what's there and what you can do to either remove it or, see how you can use it for your advantage. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what we're talking about today. Yeah.
Do I disturb you?
Nope. A lot of people come by and they listen for a little bit. So this is perfect. Yeah. All good with you?
Perfect.
Perfect. See? No complaints, right?
No.
None. As long
Everybody, no complaints.
as long as you remember that all the answers are right here, you're good. Yeah. I know sometimes this might get in the way, but always lead, if you can get back to here,
Yeah.
you'll be at peace. Yeah.
That's why I come up here, see the nature,
Perfect.
and it's calm down my...
Yeah, because the nervous system gets reactive because this creates the story. But when you remove the story and you just bring your nervous system to relax, you'll see how things just open up.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like when you're driving fast, you can't see that much, but when you drive slow, you can see more,
Yeah.
right?
Perfect. Yeah.
So that's why it's important to have perspective. Yeah.
So continue.
I will. I will.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Have a great one. I'll see you again soon. Thank you. So let's see. Back to the operating system. So if you're attempting to install Abundance, even though Abundance is technically at the core, but you have the program of Lack, but you're now going to attempt to install Abundance, you already have Abundance, but the problem is your Lack program is there, and in order for you to free yourself from the Lack program, you have to uninstall. And if you don't uninstall, and you install a new program called Abundance, even though it's already there in the background, it's going to reject it. Because you can't generally install two programs that are the same actual program unless they have different versions, right? If they're the same version, Abundance version 1.1 or 1.0 and Abundance version 1.1 or 1.0, if you attempt to install, it'll just say can't install, already have the program. And Abundance is the natural birthright, natural operating system that we were given. We install fear, lack, worry. Not to say there isn't fear in the world, there's an instinctual fear, right? If a lion were to come barreling out of there right now, you bet your ass that I'm running for for my life. There is no fucking way I'm dealing with that lion. But of course, I know there's no lion going to come out there. Unless one escaped from the zoo and it came all the way here, then I'm like, oh shit, gotta bolt. Gotta piece the fuck out. I'll leave the phone and I'll just like get going. I'm gonna be like, fuck this, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Yeah. But yeah, it's important to understand what's going on in the background, because there are programs running in the background, or I like to call them songs playing in the background, that are playing in your life that are potentially just holding you back, when in reality you're supposed to be what you're supposed to be and have. That's why it's important to remove those programs and see it for what they are. Right? Have a great day. Thank you. All right, let me read. Let's see what's going on in chat. Young Goat, welcome, bro. Good to see you, dude. Yeah, I'm going to go with the original Supra. Oh, Mr. Neuro, welcome back, dude. Good to see you, dude. Well, if you couldn't find my channel, that's not a good sign, but it's all good. Yeah, exactly, Young Goat. Spot on. If you go into a career that you're not happy with at all, and it's only because your parents said you should be this, or society told you, you know, you got to be a lawyer, doctor, and engineer because that's like what pays the most, but you don't feel passionate about it, you're going to get your soul eaten alive, and your soul didn't come here for that. Your soul's going to have to go through it, but your soul didn't come here for that. I'm going to tell you right now, there are people who are making money. Just listen to this. There are people making money on TikTok right now doing all kinds of stuff. There's a woman who is knitting right now. I forget her channel's name because I ran into her in 2024. She has, I think, like 500,000 like connections on TikTok. And she's like in her 70s. She has no husband. She lives alone. She had no savings. She was telling her story. And she tells stories while she knits all day. And people are just captivated by her stories. But she's making money now. She has so much money just by sitting and knitting. That's her passion. She likes to knit. There are video gamers. You know what's funny? Back then when people were like, you will never make money in video games. Now the game streamers are making more money than even lawyers and doctors and engineers. Take that in for a moment. There are people who are playing video games right now for 12 to 15 hours a day, doing what they love as a business, and they're making money. It's either they're very pretty from a woman's standpoint, and the guys are fiending on the women, because that's usually why guys go on women's streams, not because of the gameplay, even though I look at how they play, but most go for the looks, or if it's a guy, for his entertainment or his reactions, like rage. Generally, people go on to other people's streams for reactions, for like, you know, things like that. But there's so many people making so much money right now. It's crazy. Doing what they love. So my question is, why isn't it possible for everybody else? Right? There are other people doing what they love and they're making money. Some of them said they burnt their bridge completely. I burnt my bridge too. I severed all my bridges because I was like, I'm not going back. It's all or nothing. If I even have to live on the street to be an entrepreneur, I'll fucking do it. That's how committed I was. I will do what is necessary. And when you have that I will do what is necessary energy, you'll find a way to bring forth the thing you're supposed to bring forth. Perspective. So I could have continued to do a soul crushing job I love helping people, but not computer issues. I don't like anybody asking me, can you help me with this like tech problem? Nope, sorry. That's not my job anymore. I can help you with your subconscious mind though. I can help you where you might need some help in your reality, but I'm not here to help you with your computer problems. You can ask somebody else. It's not my job anymore. If I feel called to help, I will when it comes to IT, but I don't generally offer that service anymore because I got out of that career. But I do use my tech skills as metaphors, like I did just a few minutes ago, to help explain concepts. I can use anime, video games, technology, spirituality, personal development in explaining concepts. If I can't use technology, I'll use anime, because anime can explain things that we can't physically do in the physical world. But I've seen scenes that express a feeling that I'm attempting to explain via watching a scene from an anime show like Bleach or Naruto or Dragon Ball. It's like a dog. If you show fear and run, they will chase you. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I see. Ligma Balls is back. Don't even give him attention. He's feeding my algorithm, though. I appreciate him feeding my algorithm. Mr. Neuro, I don't know if you're here, bro, but good to see you. I didn't get to acknowledge you fully. It's good to see you, my brother, all the way from the Philippines. I like Mr. Neuro's mentality. For a 17-year-old, he's pretty good at where he's at right now, and I like that. He's got a bright future ahead of him. So, shout out to Mr. Neuro. What else can I use for perspective around here? And I can take anything in this area and use it as perspective. Like these rocks, right? There's a person yesterday, Mr. Caillou does the internet. It's like, you got to be careful, Ryan. You're gonna fall in the water. That's his perspective, because wherever you are, that's your perspective you're gonna have. That's based on your frequency, your state of being. He believes that I'm in danger by standing on these rocks. I'm gonna slip in and fall, and I'm gonna be carried down the river stream. Hello, I can stand in the water. It's not going anywhere. This is not white water rafting. This can have white water rafting, but this is not white water rafting right now. And if the water was really high, I wouldn't be able to stand on my rocks anyways. I'd only be able to stand over here, because the water can come all the way up to here. It hasn't rained in a while, so we won't get that much water here presently. But perspective, right? No matter where you are, you're gonna have your own perspective. And Young Goat, I appreciate you dropping by and saying hello, because it's good to see familiar faces from previous channel. I like my OGs. And me and Young Goat, we have quite the connection. We had lots of deep conversations. And the thing is, the ones that I built a very powerful relationship with, they understand. And if all the things I were saying were incorrect, then I would have no relationships with anybody. And some of you wouldn't be coming back to my channels over and over again. You all would be already clicked away. So clearly, it comes down to per person when you see it for what it is. It's per person. Some will be like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Right, because that's where you are, based on your frequency. Nothing wrong with that. I was where they were once too. If I came on where they are currently, back 10 years ago and saw this version of me, you think I'd be listening to this guy? I'd be swiping off. Like, I don't care. I don't care about perspective. I want to see somebody rage in a video game. I want to see somebody get their ass beaten in a video game, because I always wanted to see people lose back then. I was always wanting to go on people's streams to see them lose. Or I would be jumping on their stream saying, "You fucking suck, you piece of shit." That's what I would be doing. So I completely understand where Ligma balls and I keep saying notify for you, but it's actually no filter for you. No filter for you, Ligma balls, and Caillou does the internet. These three currently are what we call the consistent trolls of the channel, and I appreciate them for who they are, because they're feeding my algorithm. So thank you for feeding my algorithm. Your engagement is very appreciative. Perspective. Now, if I had started live streaming and these guys were on my other channel and the way I was like a year and a half ago when I first started, yeah, I'd get into it with them. I'd be like, "Fuck you, you piece of shit," and I'd block their ass. I'm not blocking anybody. I don't need to. They're feeding my algorithm, and I want them to let go of all the rage and hate within themselves. I'm the best person to deal with their hate. I'm a soul that can either polarize or magnetize. I'm not here to captivate and be adored and loved by the entire world. That'd be cool, but that's not going to happen, because there's far too many souls who are like, or far too many minds who are, doing what they're doing and thinking what they're thinking. I'm not here for them. I'm here for those who have an open heart that want to listen, and they will hear. Those who have a closed heart and don't want to listen will not hear what I have to say. It's just that simple. Standing on business. I love that. Standing on business indeed. Somebody reached out to me 2 days ago to do a podcast. You see, I put the intention out there, just so you all know, that I said I'm going to start connecting with people. It's not, he's from Africa, and he's got like, I think 10,000 followers on Facebook. I don't know if he's on YouTube or Instagram. I'm sure he is. But I seen this dude, and oh my God, this guy, he can smash through rocks. Or like, the cinder blocks. Morning, brother. He has a video where he had like 3 cinder blocks, 4, 5, and then 6. And he just like, and he just like went at it. And I'm like, holy fuck. I'm like, damn, dude, you hella strong. He like, So he reached out to me because he said, like, your story is inspiring, Orion. I would like to connect, and I want to share with my audience in Africa how I can help them to be inspired. So I'm like, absolutely, let's do it. So I told him, let's see if we can jump on like a 15-minute call tomorrow around 2 o'clock my time, and see how we can start, get this show on the road for this episode of his podcast. He left me the 5 questions, and they're pretty good questions. I like it. So I look forward to connecting with him. There might be a little bit of a language barrier with understanding his English, but I can handle it. So, I'm getting the ball rolling. But you see, the thing is, had I not shifted my perspective and said, like, nobody wants to work with me, nobody wants to connect with me, nobody ever wants to listen to me, because that's how I was back in 2024. So in 2024, I had a healing journey I went on for 6 months, from April 3rd to October 5th. That's 6 months, by the way. April 3rd, which is the day after my physical birthday when I was born into the world, to October 5th, the day before my spiritual rebirth that I had in 2019. And I told everybody that I don't know when I'll be back. Don't know when I will talk to any of you. I basically got off the internet for those 6 months. Well, I got off of social media, though I technically was on TikTok, so that's still social media. But I wasn't talking to anybody. All my people, they just like, I vanished. Because I needed to go through a healing journey, believing a bunch of shit that I needed to heal. And yes, I still had to go through it to realize I never had to go through it. And during that healing journey, a lot of things came through, but a lot of things also unfolded. I started hating people again. I went on the road, started hating people because I was seeing content where men were attacking women and women were attacking men. And I'm like, all these fucking humans need to get the fuck off of this planet. That's what they need to fucking do, because they're just creating all kinds of bullshit. Leave the ones that are at peace here. All the other who are creating chaos, get the fuck off of the planet. That's basically how I was feeling. So I remembered that, like, that's right, the mirror can't smile back before you do. So if I'm angry, that means that I'm projecting out this perspective of like men, of people hating people. So of course I'm magnetizing content like that. So I had to start building awareness during those 6 months of like my internal world. Because in 2023, I wasn't talking about the internal state yet. I was still kind of focusing on more the outside aspect, like sound and vibration creates your reality and all that stuff, which it kind of does, but it really actually doesn't. It's actually, well, it does, but it's actually you that's permeating energy outwards. Well, technically it does. It actually does create. Anyways, doesn't matter. You get the point. In 2024, reading a whole bunch of books. I think I read probably 80 books. Not as much as 2020 when I read like 110. I went to town that year. Was reading books. And that healing journey taught me a lot of different things. It all started with me, but I didn't have the words to speak it yet. And I'm like, if I'm feeling like this, then imagine how many other people are feeling like this right now. And I'm like, I'm going to eventually figure it out. One way or another, I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to help the people of the world. Whoever has ears and open heart to listen. And that's when I made a decision. That I'm like, because I stopped making content at like the tail end of 2023, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm not making content anymore. Nobody even listens to my stuff anyways. What's the point? I'm just wasting time. It's bullshit. Morning. I'm like, this is bullshit. Why am I even wasting my time? I'm making fucking videos and nobody's even watching it, so what's the point? Because you had a different perception and perspective, Orion. You were doing it for you, not for someone else, even though you're basically wearing a mask. I came to that realization that when I was making content, I was performing, wanting the approval of others, right? With likes, clicks, comments, and views, right? I don't care anymore about all that. I let go of that. Whoever's going to connect will connect. Whoever doesn't. Whoever wants to unlike my videos, unlike my videos. If you want to throw your little hate comments, throw your hate comments. If you want to love my stuff, love it. I'm indifferent at this point now. Because I had to remember all of it started with me. And not to get tripped up with the physical world. So during that time, I figured shit out. Of course, I still have to go through a lot more of my explanation. Hey, welcome from the Tel Aviv. And respect to you too. So much love and respect. I do apologize if I don't read some of your messages, any of you. When I'm in a flow, I'm just like, just letting it all out. And guess what happened during those 6 months once I started to shift the internal mirror? The content was now starting to change. I started seeing men loving women and empowering women on their content, and I saw women empowering men. And I'm like, well, isn't that fascinating? That's an interesting perspective. So I was once just seeing men attacking women and women attacking men, and there's a plethora of content out there for that. Just tons. Don't go looking for it, but there are tons. And then there are men loving women and empowering women, and then there's women empowering men loving on men. So I'm like, so it really did start with me, because like I wasn't looking these things up, they were just finding me. I'm like, oh, the mirror can't smile back before you do. Well, hello, there's our doggy friend. Morning, brother.
Morning.
How are you?
No complaints.
No complaints, huh? What's his name? Piggy? Piggy?
Big boy. Big.
Ah, okay. Biggie. Okay, Biggie. I like him.
You know, my son he put his name. He showed me. I tried to find the name for him easy for you cat.
Yeah.
He told me it is a full name. He told me to put that name for for make sure I can follow.
Right. All good? Is everything good? Is everything good?
Yeah, no. I might have my own problems, but if I tell you, you don't help me. Because, it's not even the doctor, he can help.
Right, the physical problem.
Well,
I can help you here.
pretty soon you're going to give me a pill for the brain.
Right. I can help you here, but not with the body. Right.
The
But-
brain is start beating like bad, but nothing,
Right.
nothing you can do. But the pain is here, pain is there. Somebody give me some pills.
Got it.
That's,
Oh, I'm sending you some healing to your knee.
yeah. There's a problem. My knee start to be weak all the time,
Yeah.
if you're walking is okay, but if you bend down my knees, if you pick them up, I got a problem.
Yeah.
You got no strength, But
There are exercises you can do for your knee, though.
I do exercise, not that much. Maybe you should do it more. But I go swimming every day for a half hour.
That's good.
5 days a week.
That's good. That helps.
It helps like that.
Yeah.
And I come here, walk with them. And sometimes when I sit in the chair, I move on my legs.
That's good.
So I do the best I can. Maybe sometimes I'm not that lazy to do a little more, but
Right. So like for me, I work on my knees every day as much as I can, but I do like exercises where like I know you said it's hard to squat, like get down on your but I started to do this because doing this starts to help your knee. But it takes some time to get to this,
yes.
right?
Right there, okay, but say put my knees on.
Right. So like 2 years ago, I can only go, so I was only like up to here. I couldn't go further because I had a lot of pain in my knee too. But then over time, like you just hold it for like a couple like seconds and then you just progress and then it allows you to go down.
Yeah. It's got just figured out you're young. When you figured out for 84 years old.
You can though. There's a lot of people who are rebuilding themselves at their age.
I have a problem for a long time. When I was working, sometimes they do it the monkey holes under the street.
Yeah.
With the pipes or something.
Yeah.
We do it sometimes we do it the 4x4 by wood.
Right.
So if, I put lots of my knees on.
Right.
No humidity,
Yeah.
So that's no help either.
Yeah.
Even some years ago, when I worked for if he's sane or something like that, they put long, even the summer, put long johns.
Right.
He don't got so much pains in my knee.
Right.
Wouldn't leave the pain, so don't me the teeth. They go fast inside, but they got johns inside. The pains can help a lot.
Got it.
But he was a help. But that's what he is, we have to work. If you don't do it, somebody. Hey. Good morning.
Morning. How are you? You good? Good. Good. I'll be back with you guys in a moment. Two dogs.
So happy when you see my dog.
Nice. Oh, I hear other dogs barking.
As down in the basement, they got a black woman. They got the dog a little more big than this one.
Ah.
He's jealous with it.
Ah.
Once in a while she's come up, she by chances she's come up the same way they come up. You go after him, you push him down with his neck. He mad with him because I think he tried to be the boss.
Right.
Or protector because he runs lots. He don't come up too many times. When he come up, he go crazy. So I don't think he like that.
Got it.
Protector,
Yeah.
Go like
Yeah.
This is the first time. I told my son runs a lot. You go after him, you push him down, he turn his paws up like this. He's big. He start to lick his stick.
I love that.
I think it's not for biting. Just try to protect him, be the boss.
Right.
Because he's running too fast. He don't like that.
That makes sense.
See, he knows he don't supposed to do that.
Right. They have their own personality.
Well, that's what he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, brother.
I will look at you.
I'll see you back when you're coming this way.
You stay there a second.
Yeah.
Maybe more than a half hour. Does it go up with the kid clean, past the clean with the bench he is, and sit down like that?
Yeah.
And that's it.
Okay. I'll see you in a bit. I have random conversation with people who show up. Let's see. There was a question in the chat. Michael, good to see you, dude. How would you describe the difference with the physical and the spirit world? Ooh. All right, Michael. That's a really good question. And this is also perspective. So, the spirit world, I don't know if you're still here. If you are, let me know if you are. I do apologize again for those who are sharing things in the chat and I didn't read through it. The spirit world is actually technically the more real world than this. And the spirit world, everything already exists. All things have already been created, and there's multiple variations of your story that's unfolding. You are here. Perfect. Perfect. Excuse me. Let me drink my water first, and I'll continue to explain, because my throat is starting to get a little dry. Perfect. So, the spirit realm has everything already there. Like everything. Whatever you can think of, Michael, it's there. It exists. And it's waiting for us to tap into that, well, as I mentioned, a frequency. Like, think of it like a radio station. It's waiting for you to turn that dial within yourself to match the frequency so that you can bring it forth into the physical. Hello. You good? How are you? You good? Good. Did you want to come down? Sure. the more you tap in and you turn that dial within yourself, you will start to get more insights, more ideas, and things will start to unfold the way it's supposed to. The physical world is just the byproduct of the mental realm, because we have to start with our cause. The mental realm is the causal realm, cause, and then this is the effect realm. Most people are attempting to change an effect by changing an effect. What does that mean? So they're taking action, right? Action's necessary, important. I will always advocate to take action, but not the way we've been told to take action. So action, so someone's like, okay, I want to be rich. Okay, cool. You want to be rich. So you do a bunch of tasks to be rich, right? Go and do like 10 million different things. But you're attempting to change an effect by changing an effect. And it looks like you're changing something, but you're not, because you haven't started internally as to what that looks like. For me, I spun my wheels for a long, long time to figure out, how am I going to make income? How am I going to help people? Well, I'm going to keep doing all these actions. But nothing was working. But when I started to know, not believe, but actually know within myself that I have clients already, that I am getting paid, that I'm serving and helping and living my passion, my purpose. When I started to tap in and feel it as real with all my 5 senses, guess what happened? They showed up. It's all has happened. It's all already unfolded, because as within, so without. Hello. As within, so without. When you start in here, outside will then be a byproduct. Now, it won't happen right away. There's a little bit of a condensation period that has to unfold. This is where the real work begins, because this is where you're either going to get tripped up and be like, well, I'm doing all these things, I'm working in my inner world, but nothing's changing in my outer world. Sometimes a big, massive vision, even though to the universe, it's not big, because there's no such thing as big or small. 1 penny or 10 billion is the same to the universe. It doesn't matter. But to us, we created these comparisons of big or small, or perspectives. Big, small. And it may take some human time for it to condensate or condense, or whatever you want to say, bring forth into the physical realm. So as within, if you have a very massive vision of like something that's like world changing, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take some human effort, some human time for it to be brought into the physical. But in your inner world, it is already done. It's finished. But the problem is, most people have been relying that their eyes and their mind is seeing what reality is. And a lot of spiritual people are about changing your reality, creating reality, manipulating reality, transform your reality, insert whatever word. But you're not changing reality. And I was doing that too for a long time. I want to change my outside circumstances. But internally, I wasn't changing. I had to shift internally. But here's the other thing. I had to let go of the when, the how, and the importance of it. Because the universe, when the universe sees something as very important to you, and you're putting like a lot of importance on it, and you're not good with or without it, the universe will keep putting space, and it'll never come, unfortunately. So this is what happens. So let's say you're meant to build this multi-billion-dollar brand, right? And it's supposed to impact the entire world in a positive way. But you have the vision and you're clear and you know it's important to you. But when I say putting importance, it's like feeding this energy of like, I have to have it, 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 I have to have it. That's the importance. And when you put the importance, you're creating space from yourself and your thing. And the universe will never, ever close your gap for you, because you're not doing it for yourself. You have to already know that you have it and you're good with or without it in the physical. And here's the thing. When the world cannot impress you at all, then the world attempts to give you everything to impress you. So what does that mean? That means that when you let go of the importance of things, things just start coming to you because you don't care anymore, because you've normalized that you're good either way. Why do you think all of you came to me? Why do you think my clients came to me? Because I let go of importance. I wasn't like, I have to have people on my YouTube channel. I have to have them. They must be here. I must have people watching my channel. I don't care. I'm good if I have to speak by myself all day, or I've done it already. I have proof. I'm also good when you guys are here too. Even the trolls. And same with the clients. I let go of when and how and what it should look like. I simply allowed it to unfold because it already exists. All my clients exist. They're just waiting to they're waiting for me to tap into the frequency to bring them. That's all it is. I'm basically turning my dial, finding who is supposed to work with me, and they're coming, and there's no resistance. There's no needing to sell myself and why they should work with me. They just know. It becomes a knowing. They're like, I want to work with this guy. Morning. Same with anybody who's been walking on the trail. I know you all can't see them, but there are people who've been walking back and forth on this trail. Some look at me and they say hello before I say hello, and I say hello back. And other times I'm saying hello before they say hello, and then they say hello back. Because we're in resonance. I'm in the frequency. But if I was not in the frequency, like a year ago, I was sitting right in this spot and I was crying my eyes out. Because I was getting very frustrated with how my reality was looking. I'm like, the fuck, man? Like, I read all these books, universe. I've studied, I've done all stuff that you wanted me to do, and you still haven't helped me. Because I was still thinking that God was punishing me for some atrocity that I did in another lifetime, and that God put me here to suffer still. I still was holding on to that belief. That's not true at all. That's just because I'm not physically experiencing certain things and others are, I was creating that comparison. That's where comparison is the thief of all joy. But comparison is the bringer of all joy too. Because when you see someone who has something else, and this is perspective, when you see someone else who has something that you desire, you already have it too. They are just physically having it, but you already vibrationally have it within once you know that they're basically showing you what's possible. And that's a perspective. A lot of people are like, I want that. That person shouldn't have it. I should have it. Right? There's been plenty of times that I saw beautiful women that I find very attractive that are with like dudes that I'm like this is, of course, you know, this is pretentiousness. I'm like, that dude's not even that attractive, even though like that was my train of thinking back then. Like, how the fuck did that guy get her? Like, it's bullshit. I'm far more attractive than him. What the fuck is going on here? It's bullshit. But I have to shift perspective. If he's able to do it, and I'm a handsome guy, that means I can have any girl too if I really wanted. Now I'm not aiming for just any girl, any woman. They got to be at my level. When I meet them, they have to be at my level. And my level is pretty high. And if they're not, I mean, I'm not going to close the gap. Because, like, they got to come in knowing that they're whole, perfect, and complete. I'm not here to change them. They have to know who they are. And that's it. Plain and simple. If they don't, that just means I get to focus more on my purpose and not be distracted. Not to say a relationship is distraction. Have a good day, bro. So, I know I went on a bit of a tangent there, which is fine. My tangents lead to diamond nuggets anyways. So the difference between back to the spirit world and the physical world, all things exist. The partner that you want, Michael, if you aren't with, I think you're in a relationship maybe. I don't know. I forget what you've shared with me. But if you aren't in a relationship and you're looking for that, that partner already exists. If it's something you want to build in the world, that already exists too. If it's, bringing a certain amount of success, have a great day. If there's a certain amount of success, that already exists too. It's already within. It's just waiting for you to turn that dial, that frequency knob, so that you can match the radio station of what that sounds like for you and feels like for you so that you can have it. But the thing is, the real work begins when you're in that frequency and you have to stay the course, because the universe is basically always checking, is Michael or Chelsea or Young Goat or CJ, are they staying in vibrational alignment? Or are they deviating? Because the universe wants you to lock in. And the thing is, if you keep flip-flopping, it's going to give you the most strongest frequency. And most is lack and fear. That's why so many people keep experiencing over and over lack and fear, and they don't know why. They pray to God, and God, they say God's timing, and like on God's time. No, it's not on God's time, it's on your time. God is waiting for you to realize that. If you want to use God as a dude in the sky, God's waiting for you to realize that. And by the way, prayer isn't asking, "Dear God, please help me to get this girl. I promise I'll do better." This is not what prayer is. You know what prayer is? Mental declaration, deciding. I appreciate that I am already where I am, and I really appreciate and I'm grateful for you, God, that you helped me to understand what prayer actually is and the wisdom to know the difference. That is what prayer actually is. It's not asking, it's declaring and deciding internally that you already are it, and God will then help you to bring it forth in your physical experience, like it did for me. I asked for the wisdom. I asked for the clients. Now I asked for a lot of resources, but not for me and my own personal use, but to help the world and build things. Like going to places around the world and building community where they actually have clean drinking water and proper electricity. Or finding a way to bring free energy back to the world. But every time somebody brings free energy, this is what happens to them. Because the world doesn't want people to have free energy. Because it's a monopoly, right? The companies, they'll go out of business. If everyone has free energy, guess what? You never have to pay for electricity ever again. Ever again. And that technology does exist. But the problem is, when someone is about to bring it into existence, something happens to them. Tesla was attempting to bring it into existence. What happened to him? There's another dude, I forget his name. He was attempting to bring it into existence. It's there. I said, universe, if you want to work through me to bring free energy to the world, then work through me. But just make sure that we ain't doing this, okay? We're not dealing with that, okay? Or if it's something that's going to help people with their life that is easier and more convenient, then make sure none of this is happening. I know there's still going to be some sort of upheaval, but make sure it's like we do the thing properly. We're not going against anybody. It's not hurting anybody, but at the same cost, right? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction and a consequence to some degree. Oh, what's up, dude? Shower boy. That's right. That's my nickname from this guy. Kwani? Yeah, Kwani. Is it Kwani? Yes, Kwani. I should give you a nickname. I should call you, let's see. If you call me Shower Boy, I'll call you Naked Boy. Only fitting. What's up, Naked Boy? You good? Anyways, to continue what I was talking about. So, Michael, Chelsea, all of you, every one of you have the ability to bring forth what's already within yourself right here, right now. Hello. Morning. Every one of you have the ability to bring forth the thing that's right here, right now. All of you. It's right here. The question is, will you allow fear to get in your way? Or doubt? Fear, worry, and doubt are the triplets that will basically keep you where you are, or send you even further down into the abyss where I was. And I know what that feels like, and it fucking sucks to be in that abyss. When you feel like there's no hope, you can't see the light at the end of the tunnel, you can't see shit. You're basically like, you're like stumbling around and you're getting your ass handed to you by the universe and bitch slapping you and you're getting ragdolled and all kinds. I've been through that experience, and I know, because I know some of you have been through that experience too. So I know the pain that you have to deal with. That's why I'm the perfect person to help anybody with anything, because I've been through almost everything. You're not alone. And by the way, for any of you who feel like you're alone in the world, you're not alone. How can you? You have yourself. And you have nature. You're not alone. That's perspective, by the way. If I've never talked to another human again, guess what? That's okay. I have nature. I'm not alone. I can talk to myself all day if I really wanted to. And have great conversations. Even though, was it Mr. Caillou of the internet keeps saying schizophrenic or whatever? Clearly, he doesn't know what schizophrenic actually is, but it is what it is. I like to call those guys out. I'm going to call them specifically out. They're probably listening. Right? Bye, sister. So, the more you keep tapping in your inner world, hello. The more you keep tapping in your inner world and knowing that you already have it, you have to trust and know, not believe. Believing is not enough. Here's how the energy scale works. Believe, faith, and know. And embody. Believing is on like it doesn't have enough energetic force because believing has doubt. Because you have to believe in something, but you don't know because it has uncertainty with believing. So believing's not enough. So when someone says you got to believe in yourself, when you're first starting out and you haven't done any work on yourself, yes, you're gonna have to believe in yourself. You're not gonna know presently because that energy is still foreign. It's all about cultivating energies within yourself to start to level up. But you have that level, you already have the embodiment within you. You just have to bring it into your mind and lock in perspective. All frequencies exist within each and every single one of you. You want to be a trillionaire? And I didn't stutter. I said, do you want to be a trillionaire? And guess what? You already are it. Now, you got to tap in, turn that dial, lock in. It doesn't matter what the world tells you. You lock in and you see the universe will start to give you ideas on how you're going to generate that trillions, but you're good either way, whether it happens through you or it doesn't happen through you. You just know you're good. And as you continue to lock in to whatever it is that you desire internally, manifestation, for those of you, this is Nero's quote, manifestation is internally shifting to a degree in which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing your reality change. You're good with it or without it. He himself read over 700 books and when you listen to someone and you grab and they share their part of wisdom with you, now you possess all the wisdom that they have. Even if you didn't read those 700 books, you possess the 700 book version of him within yourself, because it's really itself reading these books. All of us have the same experience. The only difference is awareness. That's all it is. That's all it comes down to, is awareness. Perspective. Man, it is great, dude. It is wonderful AF. How about yours, Todd? Because mine's has just been, it's just been awesome, man. Like, I get to see great people in the physical, right? Bunch of people just walk by, never seen them, they were just waving. They were listening to what I was saying, they were like, alignment. The alignment is real, bro. It's fucking amazing. I love it. How about yours, dude? I know I already asked, but share. This gives me a moment to pause for a sec. I love it. Loving life, that's how it's supposed to be, isn't it? Proud of you, Todd. It's good, man. It's good stuff. Taquani. Jobless? No. Purposeful? Yes. I'm living my passion, my purpose right now. I love how the fact that, the world has finessed so many people into believing that the only way to live your life is to have a job. But nothing's wrong with a job, right? But it also comes down to your perception of a job. My job is helping people master their mind. Nothing more. And by them mastering their mind, they master their reality by focusing internally. That's a bar. Write it down. So that's what I do, Kwani. I help people to master their mind. At the simplest thing that I'm doing, I'm helping people to just lock in with their mind so they can do whatever it is that they want in the world. Building their brands, being the world's greatest chef, the world's greatest soccer player, but for my Europeans, that would be football. To be the greatest speaker of all time, improving their relationships with their spouse or their partner, whoever it is. There's a saying, jack of all trades, master of none. That's a limited belief, by the way. You are the jack of all trades and a master of all if you really wanted to be. That's a bar, write it down. I know some of you have never heard that. Jack of all trades and master of all, or at least a master of a few things. And guess what? Some of you have mastery over a lot of things. You're just not giving yourself credit for it. Because you're playing either too humble and you're allowing the world to say, yeah, you can't shine your light brighter than what it is because you're making us feel uncomfortable. That has nothing to do with you. That's all on them. They have to start shining their light too. Doesn't mean to be arrogant. It just means to know that, put yourself out there. Right? That's what people are doing. Morning. It is still morning, yeah? Yeah, 10:30. Just making sure it's still morning. I love David Goggins, but I'm not David Goggins. Well, I'm not that character. And Kwani, I do whatever I want, so you can keep requesting things, but I do whatever I want, so deal with it. Actually, I forgot to see what someone else wrote. Maninder, it's good to see you, dude. Got people from all over the world. It's awesome. I've already impacted all the continents on the planet except for Antarctica. So if someone's from Antarctica and you're watching, I have so much respect for you for being there, by the way. I'm sure I'm going to run into someone from Antarctica. I have a sister who was on my other channel. She was in the Arctic. I'm like, how are you watching me in the Arctic? Like, y'all have internet up there? This is my limited awareness of how it works up in the north, in the tundra, the cold tundra of the north. Yes, they have internet up there. I'm like, damn, fuck, the Arctic. God damn. You're a long way from where I am. That's crazy. A lot of respect. Had another person from Alaska as well. So I had from Alaska to Australia. Hey, where have you been? I haven't seen you. Oh, well, yeah, because he's coming early. Yeah. I was here. Yeah. Monday I wasn't here because I have clients. Monday I wasn't here. Yeah, Monday I wasn't here. Yeah. Thank you. I like your hat. Yeah. Chris. There's a brother who comes on who walks here as well. His name, I know him by name now because I've had many conversations with him. Chris. My go-to guru is Thich Nhat Hanh. Good job. He's a good person. Nothing wrong with having gurus. I just remind everybody that never put someone on a pedestal. Listen to them, of course, right? Have a great listen to them. But for me, myself, personally, I will never call anybody guru, teacher, sensei, or master ever again. Because I know that we're all equal and we all have the same wisdom within. The only difference is it was their awareness level. But Thich Nhat Hanh, he's a really cool dude. So much love, respect for the dude. I know he left the planet, I think like a year ago or some shit like that. Or he's gone for a bit. But though his physical vessel is gone, his energy still remains. But he's a good guy. I liked his stuff. Very peaceful dude. I've read a couple of his books myself. I can't call Sadhguru anymore. I just call him Sud. Because the answer is right here. What else do you need to know? That's why I keep sharing that your best teacher or guru is actually yourself. Others are just mirrors to reflect what you already are. So anytime you listen to Sadhguru or Thich Nhat Hanh or any of those Dr. Joe Dispenza, Greg Braden. I'm gonna start dropping names now. Greg Braden, Robert Edward Grant, Robert Gilbert. His body left the planet. I think the last year or the year before. Who else? There's plenty. Blue, Marcus Aurelius, Matteo De Stefano or Matteo De Stefan or some shit like that. He also has his past life. He remembers his past lives. When I heard him, I'm like, how the fuck does that guy have his past life? That's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. How does he be the only one that has his past life memories? It's stupid. Why him? Haha. Careful what you wish for, Orion, because you chose that path. But we're not talking about that right now. There was the Jay Shettys and the Ed Miletts and Lewis Howes and Tom Bilyeu and Marie Forleo and Gabrielle Bernstein and who else? There's so many. Marianne Williamson. Return to Love, one of my favorite books, by the way. That's a really good book. For any of you, that's a really, really powerful book. That book was what helped me to cultivate a lot of the love within myself. She uses the analogy of layers and how, we have all these layers that we've taken on, and in order to get back to our naked self, right? Similar to Kwani calling me shower boy and I call him naked boy. How naked boy is, being naked, right? That's your truest essence. right? I'm not saying to actually physically get naked, but I'm saying to get back to the truest depths of who you actually are before all your conditioning, your programming, your domestication. That's the CDP, by the way. Conditioning, domestication, and programming, which also has a choice, decision, and perspective, which also has a conflict, drama, or problem. Remember those 3 letters, CDP. It doesn't have to be in that particular order. It could be PCD. It doesn't matter. Those 3 letters are they're like a key, right? You know, those individuals. Slow down. You slow down for a moment. He's getting excited. The character right here is getting excited because he has so much to share. Slow down. I've read a lot of their books. I've watched a lot of their podcasts. Plentiful podcasts. See ya! I didn't see him there, but he already rollerbladed. And all of them were attempting to get to the bottom of it, but unfortunately, some were purposely holding back so that they can capitalize on your suffering and your lack of confidence so that you can keep buying their books. Oh, Mel Robbins, of course, and Tony Robbins, can't forget them. All right? I love Mel, but like, you know, I see the game that she plays too. And like the have a great day. Thank you. That Stephen Bartlett guy, the Diary CEO, and you know, Chase Hughes, really good dude. He's the closest to like getting to breaking past, you know, holding someone back. By the way, there's a video on YouTube, probably my favorite video of all time. And yes, I said favorite video of all time. It's called The Ancients Decoded. Some of you might want to check that video out. It's about 37 minutes long. You'll see why I recommend watching that video. It's not to give you more information. I just want you to be aware of what he says in the video. The Ancients Decoded. If you're ever interested in discovering something about something, go watch that video and it'll tell you everything you need to know. He did a great job. I already talk about that stuff with my live streams, but his video is a very like entertaining, condensed version of all the things that I talk about. So Kwani is going to be similar to Notify for you? Yeah, Notify for you. Or no filter for you. I keep saying Notify. I don't know. His name is interesting. Notify for you, or No Filter for you. Ligma Balls, and Caillou Does the Internet. So let's welcome Kwani to that group. I like having fun with them. I like when they throw their comments. They're just feeding my algorithm. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, Kwani, for feeding my algorithm. You're doing me justice. Anyways, so to... And yep, Mr. Caillou Does the Internet is here. So Todd, yeah. To Thich Nhat Hanh, he is a mirror for you. You can still call him guru. There's no big deal. I'm just making sure all of you don't put someone on a pedestal. You're not supposed to. Never put anybody above you. And I don't care who that is. That goes for your parents as well. They are equal to you, and you're equal to them. That's a bar. Write it down. That's perspective. They birthed you into physical form, yes, but you, before you came here, had the agreement to be born through them, and they have to bring you so that you can mirror back some lessons for them and have your contracts or whatever with them. You can call them soul contracts. It's more noise than anything, but they're not any more. Yes, you took on their ideologies and their way of being, but then eventually some of you started to have your own shift in your own experience, like I did. Do I have anything else that I want to talk about regarding perspective? I know I have tons. Well, the only thing else I want to talk about perspective, that it's very important to always know that you have perspective. Hello. You always have perspective in every present moment. That's a bar, write it down. Because you have the ability to alter whatever you think, feel, say, do, and be at any time. And if you say, but I don't have that ability, Orion, because I'm not aware of it. Well, then the fact that you said that I don't have that ability, Orion, I'm not aware of it, is that you're aware that you don't have it. So technically you are aware that you have it. You're just not wanting to change because you want to stay the way you are. Nothing wrong with that. If that's bringing you joy, stay the way you are, right? I see how the minds work on this planet. Like, when someone is asking, am I doing it right? So that question, if I'm doing it right, that implies that you feel like you don't know what you're doing. You're always doing it the way you're supposed to do it, whether you're aware of it or not. Is there a more efficient way of doing something? Of course there is. Is there potentially an easier way of doing stuff? Absolutely. But you can never really do anything wrong. Now, let's get out of our heads with the humanistic thing. I'm not talking about like going and like psh, somebody. We're not talking about that. You good? You'll see me tomorrow. All right, bro. Have a good one. You can't ever do anything wrong. Like if you're going to go take action on, approaching a woman at a bar, right? You might fumble, you might flop, but hell, it's okay. It is what it is, right? You will kind of cultivate and know how to handle that experience the next time you do it. You can't do anything wrong. That's the point I'm saying. Hello. You can't ever do anything wrong. That's the point that I'm saying. It's perspective. Because that implies that, well, I'm about to say it. Some of you are not going to like what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it anyways. You are God pretending to be human. You are the creator. You are the creator that has forgotten yourself. And God makes no mistakes. But that's the reason why the human mind gets fucked up. I'll take a moment. Hello. So it just really comes down to knowing yourself fully. And when you know yourself fully, you can't truly make a mistake because you're just remembering, listen to this, you are just remembering what you once knew or forgotten. That's a perspective. That's a massive perspective. For those of you who caught that, you're literally remembering what you have forgotten. You have amnesia, just like I did for a very long time. I'm not talking about like amnesia of like you lost your memories of who you are as a human character. I'm talking about as who you actually are from a being that has infinite potential. Yeah, perfect. Amazing. I'm glad, Todd. Yeah. That is amazing. That's why we resonate, right? I don't, whether Freemason, occult, spirituality, religion, you insert whatever, right? Insert it. All of it is just all one thing in the end anyways. That's it. Nothing more. But the problem is, someone's like, no, it can't be like that. It has to be like that. No, it has to be like that. No, this one's wrong and that's got to be wrong. For me, I live in a different reality, a different plane of existence where I just see the earth as like, I'm seeing it like it's encapsulated inside like a dome. I'm like, all right, so that human is like creating a lot of problems over there, and that one's doing that over there. That one's creating a bunch of shit over there. And clearly that one is like, forgot who he is or who she is. I'm like, okay. And I'm just observing. You can call me the observer. I'm just observing what everyone's doing. And there's since I'm wearing a Bleach t-shirt, for those of you, this is an anime. The main character's name is Ichigo. This character here. This character, I know it's a little hard to see, but this character here. He entered the battlefield when there was a character named Aizen who put everybody under hypnosis, and they were fighting against him, except for Ichigo. He wasn't under hypnosis. So when Ichigo came to the battlefield, he saw all of the other people fighting Aizen, but only to realize that they weren't fighting Aizen. They were fighting their own person. Like they were fighting one of their own teammates. And one person got jabbed through her chest because the guy who jabbed her thought it was Aizen that he was jabbing, but he's actually jabbing it's supposed to be his girlfriend, even though he doesn't want to admit his feelings to her. So, and then Ichigo out of nowhere is like, what the fuck are you all doing? And it snapped them out of hypnosis, and then they realized they were attacking their own. So that's basically what I see. I'm looking like I'm like Ichigo, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? When everybody's doing what they're doing. Fighting and complaining and hurting each other and arguing about unnecessary bullshit, wanting to be right about this thing and that thing and whatever. You're all right. You all just forgot. The mind is all, the universe is mental. The problem is, like, we got to a place in this world where everybody's just fighting each other, wanting to be right. I don't care to be right. In fact, I want you all to be more right than I am. I bow down to each and every single one of you for your sovereignty being more right than I am. I want each person to just remember thyself. I don't want. That implies I'm lacking. Every person in my reality already remembers themselves, and slowly but surely, each and every single one of you is slowly remembering who you are. Exactly who you are before your name was given. Before you first saw yourself in the mirror and created a self-concept of yourself. Before somebody told you that you're XYZ about ABC, but that's not who you actually are. So Freemasonry is a way to keep myself and my other brothers accountable, and more importantly, protect and help children. Amazing. Use it. If it's working for you, dude, use it. There's nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with any of that. That's why I keep saying, anything that any of you truly believe is true and real, use it. If it works for you, it works for you. I've been through all that too. That's why I came here, just to share with the world, like, use whatever works. But in the process, make sure none of you are creating more problems for yourself or for others. And if you can, just be open to other people's things. That's why I'm very open to all people's perspectives. That allowed me to accept all things as is. Because for myself, I know that all this is just made up. Made up words, made up concepts, made up beliefs, made up thoughts, made up everything. It's all made up. And when we die, and I've seen the other side, not to get too deep into that, but I know what's going on. I don't need to go further than that. That's why, for me, I can say it's all made up. So that's why I said, well, use whatever works. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything, but I'm glad that at least you're locked in, and that's good. That's helping you. Use it. I can see it is helping you. It keeps you accountable, and it's protecting the children. Well, from a humanistic standpoint. From a soul standpoint, protection is not needed whatsoever. The soul already has all the answers. It already knows. But the human body, yes. Human body requires protection, for sure. And nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong to always have protection. Thank you for feeding my algorithm, Kwani. I appreciate it. Keep on keeping on with that. You're still here, so that means you're listening. You can reject if you want, no big deal. You can call me goofy. You can call me the worst things you want, bro. I've been through it. All right, it's almost time for us to head back. I usually stay here till like 11, so we got like 9 minutes, but I might start heading back sooner and finish up. It's okay. Don't entertain it. It's all good. I don't hold any grudge or anything to anybody. How can I? Knowing what I know, how can I? But I appreciate your support. But thank you. Thank you for that. I think it's Shelly. Is that how you say your name? And Goofy is actually a good, I like to be silly and playful and fun and goofy at times. I know he meant it in his own definition, because there's different definitions of goofy, right? Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, like I said, those who have open hearts will have open ears for them to hear. Open hearts to hear or to listen will hear. Those who have closed hearts, their ears won't be open, so they won't hear. I'm not here to give a sermon or indoctrination or dogma or anything of that nature. I'm just here to say, you, I'm pointing to me right now, but you have the answer. Because I remind myself, you have the answer right within yourself. But you have to allow your mind to relax and chill. The subconscious mind doesn't like tension, and your subconscious mind is like one-to-one with the universe. So what you're currently experiencing in your subconscious mind, not your conscious mind. Your conscious mind is knowing like there's water, I'm awake, I can move my fingers. Like that's your conscious mind. You can think, you need to go eat, your stomach's growling, you gotta go work out. That's conscious. Driving your car, even though some people are somewhat unconscious when they're driving because they're just like whatever, and they're like, how did I get here? Anyways, the subconscious is a deeper layer. Think of like an iceberg. You see like the top layer, which is the conscious. There's a bottom portion of that conscious mind, which is the subconscious, and it's this massive thing that's hidden underneath, which is emotional based. And due to the fact that it's emotional based, whatever you're going to experience in your outer world is a direct correlation of your inner world's, subconscious mind, which is one-to-one with the universe. So when you start focusing on the inner world and what you feel is real and true, you'll start to see the mirror be cleaner, or your lens on your glasses will be easier to see through. They won't be distorted. Instead of wearing like a sunglass with tint, which can technically somewhat distort your image, depending on perspective, of course, because if sun is shining into your eyes and you're not wearing glasses, some of you can get blinded by that, whereas others don't. But you have to put on glasses to then help you to see. But generally speaking, I don't think you'd be wearing sunglasses in the dark nighttime in the trail. I know some people wear shades at night. I used to do it at one point. But imagine how unclear that is, like how it's really difficult to see properly when you're wearing sunglasses at night. Like, especially if they're very dark tinted glasses. And if you're walking in a trail like this at nighttime, there is no light. Well, except for the ambience of like the sky, but you're not going to be seeing much in here. And of course, your perception is going to be like, what's that sound? And you're going to be more on alert because, but during the daytime, you're not as alert because, you can see. That's the whole point. Your eyes are telling you a story based on what you're seeing, but what's really happening is somewhere much deeper that goes beyond your conscious mind. It goes into your subconscious mind that then projects out to your outside world, which, by the way, tomorrow we're going to be talking about the projection. Lots of projections. Everyone's always projecting. I'm projecting right now too. There's no way around it. Everyone is going to be projecting something, positive or negative. That's just part of reality. Projections. So I'll be talking about that tomorrow. Or if I decide not to stream tomorrow, then Friday. One way or another. Yeah. I tried to see, let's see. I try to see the best in all, but I'm not fooled by the reality of what people are. I've trolled and been mean before, so I know I'm flawed and willing to accept my flaws of others. Good morning, Mr. Sunil. So, to you, Todd, as a human, the mind, yes, there are flaws to some degree, but there's another layer. Your soul is perfect. You can always grow, but you're still perfect. It's a paradox. It's both. It's not just one or the others. I've trolled too. I've done shit. Am I proud of that? No. Have I learned my lesson? Yes. But I know that as a being before the you can call it the shell, this soul is perfect as it is. The soul is not the one that's doing the human thing. It's the mind doing the human things. Like trolling and cussing people out and saying all kinds of profanity and shit like that. That's the mind. That's not the soul. The soul already knows. The mind just is. Have a great day. But you're perfect. You don't need to accept that though, but you're perfect. Your soul's perfect. The mind isn't though. This mind isn't perfect. But you know the funny thing about the mind too, to some degree, at a deeper layer, how it got created, the creation of the mind within each human, that aspect is perfect, but the actions it does is not perfect. It will always constantly fumble and stumble around. But when you know that you're not the mind, nor are you your body, you have a mind and you have a body, because everybody is basically with a mind and a body. They aren't the mind and aren't the body. Big distinguisher there. And then you start to see your body and your mind as a tool, and it allows you to navigate. The mind is not like the actions the mind does is doing things that can obfuscate things in your reality. But this, when you get this to lead and this to kind of like work with it, it becomes quite the symphony. Hey, good. I'll be right back, guys. I saw Chris.
Yeah, I just saw him. I was
Yeah.
here earlier.
Yeah, I saw you. Like, I was in the bathroom because there's a window
Oh,
in the bathroom. I saw you, and I just turned for a moment, and I saw that your car passed by. I'm like, oh, you already went early, man.
yeah, you're getting up early lately.
Yeah, I like the hat.
Yeah.
Chris was wearing his own hat today.
Yeah.
He had shorts and blue T-shirt and everything. Yeah. How was Monday?
Oh, yeah. Everything's good.
Perfect.
And I said, what about I have to go to the border and then come back?
Ah, what did they say?
They said, yeah, unfortunately that's the way it goes.
That's stupid.
Yeah, it's good. But I recommend you go to Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
It's shorter.
Yeah, exactly.
And he goes, it's a better border to deal with.
Makes sense.
He goes, but yeah, it usually takes like from 4 to 8 months to get the okay.
Got it. I'll see you tomorrow.
And then they said
Yeah.
that by these times here now, there's not very many people going over to the States.
Right.
So it could be quicker. It could be quicker.
That's good.
But I'm just giving you the normal
Yeah.
timeline.
Got it.
I said, oh, okay.
So at least you know.
Yeah.
So I would definitely just drive to Niagara Falls and do it there and then come back since it's a shorter drive.
It is. I think it's half the drive.
Yeah, it's like an hour and a half, if that. That's good.
Because once you get the okay to go, then you can go to Detroit.
Mm,
And that's a shorter route for you.
right.
But normally, because we deal with the Niagara Falls border, because they're a lot more friendly and
Makes sense.
you know,
There's more people who are going through that border, so it would make sense that they be more kind,
yeah,
right? Since that's a very popular like spot.
yeah, Niagara Falls. And
Yeah.
all that,
Yeah.
I don't know. I might go that way and just take the longer route. But
Yeah.
I think maybe it taps on another hour and a half.
It's okay. Yeah. Mondays you won't be seeing me much because I have clients now, so I'll be working with them. But yesterday I came and I'm like, I saw your car, but I didn't see you at all. So you had already probably walked by here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was here earlier this morning. You weren't here.
Yeah.
I didn't see you, and then I ran into Chris and
Yeah.
sat down there by the washrooms there for a bit.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm gonna go back home and I'll probably get my hat.
Are you going to go all the way down that way?
No.
No. You're going to go up to there and then come back though? Got it. Cool.
All right then.
All right.
I'll let you get back.
Cool. I'm going to be leaving here shortly, so may run into you.
Okay.
Yeah.
If not, I'll see you tomorrow maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Then.
All right, brother.
Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Oh. Hi, Michael. Let's see. This comment is just to feed the algorithm. Thanks, Orion. Yeah. Sunil, I have something to ask you later when you reach your residence. It's important. I need a favor. You can ask me right now. I'm going to take my walk now back, so you can ask me since I'm going to be paying attention to the screen. So, tradition, before I leave, as you all know, we got to thank the water, as always. I still will talk about perspective on the way. Thank you, water. I appreciate you, as always. There's some ducks over there, just hanging out. See, they're attempting to swim upstream right now, and they're having a bit of a time going up. But they're doing it. And there's one right there going downstream. He's having an easier time. He's just flowing. That's what you're supposed to be doing, y'all. Not that. Most of us are doing that. We're supposed to be doing, well, he stopped, but we're supposed to be flowing down the water. These guys are swimming up the damn water. So, look at them. Anyways, thank you, water. Let me put the battery in my pocket. Actually, I should put you guys down first and wrap my cable up, because I was only given two arms in this lifetime. And yes, you heard what I said. I was only given 2 arms and 2 hands in this lifetime. And why do you think, for some of you, why do you think we were only given 2, for most of us, why we were given 2 arms and 2 legs? So we weren't doing too many things. Balance. All right. Of course, not everybody has 2 arms and 2 legs. So for those who actually have all your limbs, be grateful. Peace out, water. Peace out. Hello. Have a great day. All right. Sunil, I am right now in college, and I got transferred to such a class where students are worse than animals. They abuse teacher, and I don't like the environment of that class for study. I want to transfer. Another one to concentrate on studies, okay? I'll wait till you finish. I don't know if you're finished, but I'll wait till you finish your message so I can see what we can conjure up together. I do have a perspective to share with you, though. But I'll wait till you're finished, and then let's see what we'll do, and then I'll have another perspective. Should I do it? Like, you want to transfer out of that class? Like, well, let me ask you, do you have the ability to transfer out of that class? If yes, if it feels in alignment, do it. But there might be a reason why you were put in that class, potentially. There's always a reason for everything. Maybe you already got the lesson or the reason why. You notice the others are very chaotic, and you want to be at peace. And they were just to show you how not to act. So if you have the ability to transfer, then transfer. Always strive for peace over calamity, but sometimes calamity is necessary for you to cultivate the peace within yourself, so that when you're handling things in reality that is chaotic, you will have the ability to be super grounded with yourself. So that's why I said I have a perspective. Maybe you're meant to be in that class to build groundedness within yourself, so that in any part of your life, you're seeing all the chaos around you, but you're at peace. That could be a reason why you're in that class, potentially. Okay, well, that's good. Well, yeah, if you need to focus on studying, then definitely transfer the class. Because if the kids are, or if the other students are being very disruptive, and you just seem to not be able to focus, because the mind is creating a story, by the way, just so you know. I'm not saying to stay or not stay, I'm just saying this is what the mind's doing. The mind is seeing the other students creating chaos, so it creates a label, and then the mind wants to be at peace, and which is fine, because always strive for peace if you can, and thrive in peace. It's easier. Or you can see this as a challenge and master your focus level and your discipline so much. It's like, we'll use David Goggins for a moment, right? So Mr. Kwani brought up Mr. David Goggins earlier. David Goggins always strives on doing hard things because he builds his mental toughness through doing hard things. This is perspective here. Because he never chooses easy for him. Even though he has the option to choose easy, he still throws himself into hard situations. So like, for example, if David Goggins, right, if he was in your position, Hello. If he was in your position, he would probably still choose the class of chaoticness to master his mind, because when you do hard things, life becomes easier. But of course, you're studying right now and you need to focus. So it all comes down to your perception on how you can handle a chaotic room and still be at peace and be able to still focus and concentrate, versus how you won't be able to concentrate due to the chaoticness of the class. Right, so if it becomes a point where they're like physically getting into your space, just transfer. You already know the answer at this point. You didn't need to really have, well, I'm glad you brought it up, but you already know the answer. You know what to do. Oh, we get to see our brother coming this way. Nice. You good, dude? Good. Have a great day, okay? Thank you. Cheers. My mental health was disturbed. That's why from a few days I was not coming here. That's fine. You don't need to explain why you didn't come here. Remember, you're not obligated to be here. This is not a job, dude. It's not a job at all. You always, and this goes for everybody else, focus on your mental health. It is important. It's just as important as your physical health, but your mental health starts first, because without proper mental care, the other things are going to just fall apart. Because your body, your physical always follows your mental. So yes, do take care of your mental state, because it's important. That's why I make sure that I'm always at peace with myself, no matter what chaos may be happening, if there is any in my physical experience. Very little chaos happens. You know, staying at the parents' house presently, you know, they run into their little squabbles here and there, but I don't internalize it as a problem for me. You know, that has to do with them, has nothing to do with me. But they have to recognize it for themselves. But other than that, everything else is at peace. But yeah, focus on your studies and focus on your mental health. Top priorities. Transfer to another class. If I were in your shoes, I myself, let's see, what would I do? Knowing what I know right now. For me, myself, I'd still choose another class. Because you got to pick what's in alignment with you. But if I really wanted a challenge to see how I can master myself, I would choose the chaotic class. And if anybody dare touched me, that finger that they touch me with will be snapped 100%. I will stare them down until I scare the shit out of them. And they will not touch me or bother me. Or I'll send them into the next dimension. Thanks for it. It meant a lot for me, and now I can take further steps. Perfect. You're welcome. Look, this is perfect. Remember, find peace and quiet. There's your sign for you. Find peace and quiet. And for the rest of you, practice love and authenticity, especially authenticity. Be real. Be the real you that you want to be. And if that's still being like angry at the world, then be angry. Let it out. Free yourself from the trap of your mind. Because the mind is trapping a lot of people right now. I can see it. I can feel it. Not in my area, though. There's a lot of people who are freed themselves. Just look at the people when I'm walking by. You could tell who's at peace with themselves. Because that's what my inner world's like. But on the internet, that's a different story. The internet is a bunch of traumatized people traumatizing other people, and becomes a traumatizing experience because somebody will say something and then you catch a stray bullet that was never yours to begin with. And that's a real bar. Please write that down. What's up, Wayne? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, trauma is trendy, isn't it? It's funny how the mind keeps gravitating towards like the negative aspects, and it doesn't want the positive aspects, because the mind, when it sees trauma, loves complex things. It wants to pay attention to this. The mind wants something so complex that it can solve it, so that when you solve it, you get this fuck yeah artificial ego or pretentious boost that you solve something so complicated. And then you can say, fuck yeah, I did it. That's what the mind's doing. But if you went through something easy, the mind's gonna be like, oh, nobody understands how easy it was for me. It was so simple, and you become unrelatable. That's why so many people choose difficulty over ease, because that's the normal paradigm, or the normal paradigm that the world has been spouting out for the last, I don't know how many centuries. But you get to decide. In my reality is easy and fun. I don't care if any of you relate to me or not. I'm gonna live my most joyful, happiest life now. But here's the thing, I can relate to all of you because I've been through all of your stories. Some of you have been rejected by a woman or a man. Some of you have been humiliated. Some of you have been sent to your brink of insanity. Some of you who have been trolls because somebody trolled you and you wanted to be getting revenge. I've been very vengeful. I've been through it all, so I know the game. You don't know my story, Orion. How dare you say you know my story? That's the mind screaming, wanting to protect itself. Because it knows that I'm not speaking to your human character, I'm speaking to your mind. The mind that's controlling some of you. Exactly, Wayne. We don't know when our time is up. And my life was almost taken from me 4 times, but 2 of them were very serious. Hospitalized. 2020. Damn, it is hot. My phone might overheat, y'all. So if for whatever reason the phone goes kaput and the stream just cuts off, you know why. So I'm just giving you all advance notice that my phone might overheat, because it is hot AF. Like, temperatures just soared right now. I did have that, yes, and I had a spider bite prior. But if I only had gotten the coronavirus back then, I would have been okay, because it would have just ended up being like a standard flu to me. But because of the spider bite, it weakened my immune system, and I still had the anti-venom and IV still pumping in my system. With that and COVID, basically all hell broke loose in my body. It's like a nuclear bomb went off. A lot of things were not functioning, couldn't taste shit anymore. Had to breathe through a tube. Like, I remember when the nurse brought me orange juice to drink, when there were times when I was able to like have to be fed through a tube as well. I couldn't taste shit. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? Did I lose my taste? And I was freaking out. I'm like, I know what this tastes like, but I can't taste it. Hey there. I couldn't taste what orange juice tastes like anymore. I'm like, fuck. Exactly, Wayne. There's nothing that can surprise me anymore. I've been through it all. I've seen it all. I can see what's going on. I know the root of the problem, even though when I say problem, quotation, and it's the very thing that I'm using right now. And it's language. It's the interpretations behind our words. It's the translations, the interpretations, the meanings that we give into these words. These words are what can either give us an amazing life or create absolute hell on earth. That's why when I look at words on it like on a screen, hello, Mr. Caillou does the internet. Welcome back to my game. I don't play your game. You're on my game, son. Best recognized. But this is a good example. Looking at a screen of text, I can either internalize it and be like caught up with emotional reaction, or I can just like look at a text on the screen and just dissolve the words and mean nothing. Because they mean nothing. Or I can just entertain it, like I did with Mr. Caillou does the internet. This area, the scent of these bushes and these leaves are smelling very, very nice, very sweet. So fascinating. Just a month and a half ago, this was very bare. There was nothing. It was just branches. There was no leaves. It wasn't even green yet. And it just like transformed. It felt like it just transformed overnight, even though I've been walking here every day. And I basically officially have live streamed an entirety of a full cycle from last spring to this spring. Because I started walking in the trail, I believe like late May. And I hadn't stopped walking even on days when it was like very rainy and whatnot. And by the way, this area right here, bunch of, little flies likes to like hover around you for a little bit until you leave this spot. Come on. I know you love me. I know that, but come on. Come on now. People are free entertainment. Yes, they are. Even though technically it's not really free because you're paying with the greatest currency of all time. And nope, that's not money. You're paying with your attention. That's why so many people want other people's attention. That's why you see a bunch of YouTubers having to do all kinds of like things just to capture your attention, right? If you watch a video, you go on YouTube right now. I know you're already watching me, but you were to go on YouTube, not the shorts, and they don't say something compelling within the first 5 seconds that generates emotion within you, guess what's going to happen? You're going to click off because they want people are capturing attention. It's aka the hook. We're all subjected to it. There's no way around it. Yeah, you're paying with time, but it's actually your attention. Your life force energy is your attention that you're given. So you're paying for it with your focus and your attention. Time, yes, you're giving some time to it for sure, from the third dimensional perspective, but from a higher plane of existence or another dimensional perspective, you're using your life force energy to give something meaning or giving it attention, which then gives it meaning and a feeling. If we're breaking it down to the core of what it is. That's why, like, when you're doom scrolling or productive scrolling, depending on how you see it, perspective there. Time just disappears after you've spent maybe 30 minutes and you're like, huh? Wait, it's already like 7:30? Fuck. Gotta make dinner or something. Shit. So time basically becomes like irrelevant there, but life force energy is always going to be there, and that's your focus / attention, whatever word you like to insert there. Let's see. Yeah, the most precious isn't actually time though. It's your focus and attention. Hello. Hey, morning. Phone battery 89%. Not too shabby. If I was him, I'd be taking off my shirt right about now too, but I don't want to be carrying my shirt. I would have just came down without my shirt on. Definitely going to be getting some tanning done today because I got to balance out my head because my headband has been covering my forehead, and there's a little bit of, I need to get a little bit darker on my forehead since, you know, the rest of my face has gone a bit tanned. My arms, they're pretty good, and my rest of my upper body is pretty good, but I will make sure to cultivate some time in the sun and getting my skin evened out and balanced. I'll take a quick moment by the water here again. I like looking at these. I like these geese. I like how they just put their heads in their back and they just sleep and they stand up. They're just like all chilling. Sometimes they're standing on one leg. It's funny. Let's see. I know, Wayne. I'm aware. But I don't need evidence. I know. That's the difference. I know because I've seen it for myself. Not everybody's going to know because the third dimensional thinking mind will block a lot of people because not everybody is ready to handle like what's actually reality fully, because if that happens, your mind will have a systematic overload and shut down. So, but whatever you currently believe is true is true. Just that's all I need you to know. Nothing more, nothing less. We already talked about this. That's okay. No, Wayne's good. Wayne's good. We had this conversation. For me, like, I respect everyone's perspectives. It's when, like, no, you're wrong, Orion. Like, that's when I'm like, okay, well, it is what it is. Have a great day. All right, I'm going to go quickly hang. These guys are just at the bar here. See? Perfect time. I'm coming, they're leaving. So that means I get to hang on the bar for a moment. All right. Let's go hang on the bar. Oh yeah. Get some stretching. This is good for your shoulders, your wrists, your grip strength, your spine, your hips, your lower back, and your posture. Just by hanging. You don't actually need to pull up. You can if you want, but like it's literally just hanging like this for like 30 seconds to a minute a day you'll do your body a favor. Your body will say thank you. I was just seeing if there's a mosquito on my arm because I feel like I got bit, but it's okay. So today the grip is fine. Yesterday my palms were hurting when I was holding onto the grip here because of the material that they use on this bar. It digs into your palm and you build the calluses. Nice. That's good enough. Oh yeah. It's all good. You know, I used to want to break up like squabbles on the chat. You two are very divine beings. You guys figure it out. This is the whole, aspect of what I was, referring to. This is why, like, I don't fight with anybody. There's no point. Because, if someone's like, they want to be like morally superior or right with anything I say, and they're like, you're wrong, Orion. I'm like, okay. It is what it is. It is what it's meant to be. I just focus on my inner world, nothing more. You guys see what you're seeing here. This is what you're seeing in my inner world is this reflection. This is just a reflection. Because my reflection, if it was 10 years ago, do you think I'd be walking here? First of all, would you think I'd be streaming here? Fuck no, I wouldn't even be streaming. I'd be like, fuck these people. But because I've had so much shifts in perspectives over my life, a lot has changed. Ten years ago as well, I was working in a corporate field, downtown Toronto, being similar to like everyone else. Suit and tie, walking the same way, talking the same way, doing the same things, kind of like looking like robots. Marching to a train to then go home and then, eat dinner and then wake up to repeat the same said thing. To some degree, that's what I'm doing now too, but not a robot, because I'm very conscious on what I'm actually doing and saying and thinking and being. And Mondays are different because Mondays I have clients now, which is amazing. Took a while, but we got there. I had to just shift. I had to shift internally to such a degree that I was no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing my outside world change. Sort of like I surrendered, which meant to just relax and let things unfold. Drop the backpack, Orion. You don't need to have it all figured out. You've been more than ready, more than capable. Now just allow it to unfold, and now it's unfolding. It's been great. This is why the human race will continue to fight over and over again. I'm gonna ask the universe to turn me into Super Saiyan so that it gives the eye something of proof that something out there actually exists. And that way everybody will just cease their fighting. But they'll probably still fight because of like, alien, we gotta destroy that alien. The human mind is quite fascinating. I know, because I've been there too. Trust me. I've been there. If I saw something that was like, holy fuck, what is that? I'm gonna like, yeah, I'd be like, we gotta destroy that thing. Alien, alien, alien. Fear. Alien, alien, fear. Alien, alien, fear. And just continue to, you know, create projections. Which, by the way, that's what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. Projections. Ooh, I like that. Angel and sky. Angel and sky. Don't know what ATE would mean unless they mean 8 Insta. I don't know. Or at Insta. I don't know. Angel and sky. Well, that's fascinating because I have never seen that before. And when I'm supposed to have children, and I was very resistant to this, when I have one of my girls, because I know I'll have a girl, I know I'll have 1 boy and 2 girls. I don't know how I know this. I just know if I'm supposed to get into a relationship with someone, I already have the names picked out for them. And Sky is one of their middle names. And it's spelt the same way. S-K-Y-E. I was actually going to name them Sky as their first name, but I decided to put it as their middle name. Huh. Yeah. Not bad. We're almost done the trail walk. I'm going to be heading backwards up my hill, working on the lower body part, which will focus on the hips, the thighs, the calves, the knees, and the ankles. So you see, just hanging on the bar did the upper body, and walking up the hill is going to do the lower body. I don't need to work out every day like I do, but I still choose it because I love working out. It's fun. It's enjoyable for me. You can't ever take me away from it. It's one of those things that I always will choose joy. And now that I've started to get accustomed to 45-pound dumbbells, now I'm just making it more normalized. I'll be hitting 50s soon enough. Going up little by little. Shoulder press is still a little bit on the left side anyways. Still a little, gotta drop the weight a little bit for the left. Not that it's weak, it's just that there's still some impingement here and there. Hello? Hello? Damn, it's hot. But I love it. I freaking love it. Do you have an overall? I do. So it's just always to maintain my level of flexibility and mobility. So I was always dealing with strength, and strength is still great, right? Always good to build strength, but I wasn't prioritizing flexibility and mobility, which is joint health. And when I got into doing mobility and flexibility training, there was a lot that I was struggling with, tons. But I've closed the gap because I've been practicing for over a year now, and training the joints, the knees, the ankles, the spine. I've been focusing on just overall health, because healthy joints, healthy body, healthy life. Healthy life, you can do anything. Because it all starts with the joints. I should have focused on, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I'm glad I started focusing on my joints now than 20 years later. like the brother earlier who was at the stream, he brought his dog and he was talking about his knees, how it's in pain. And I had left knee pain when I was in my late 20s. I started developing knee pain in my late 20s, early 30s. So I'm like, no, I refuse to be in this pain. Screw this, I'm gonna fix it. Took many years later to solve the root cause, what was causing it. Oh, there's a bike coming. You can go. Have a good day. So, for me, that was top priority. And now I'm faster, tougher, stronger, more resilient than I was in my 20s. I can dance circles around my 20-year-old version of myself, or 20-year experience version, because I never say old. Old is just an illusion. That word is a made-up word. There are people who are in their 80s that are still kicking butt, and they're looking like they're in their late 40s. They are my inspiration, because if they can do it and they've done it, then so can I. So those are my goals, because like I have a lot to do on the planet, and I have to use my body, this tool that was given, to navigate so I can help. And if I'm like, I can't even move my body, and there have been these ascended masters who have come to Earth, who they knew the body was an illusion, but they still came to Earth to experience it, and that was the flaw. Their little journey they had to, figure out for themselves, that you chose a body to come and explore. You can't be like malnourished. You can have all the wisdom in the world, but if your body's malnourished, what good is that? It's stupid. So, out of all those so-called masters who has ascended and whatnot, who didn't take care of their physical form, that's where I shine. Because I'm at their level. I've been at their level. We're all at their level, actually. There is no hierarchy. It's just the mind creates hierarchy, thinking it's missing or it's not as good as someone else. That's not true at all. You're all God pretending to be human. I'm no different. And yes, you heard what I said. You can argue that if you like, but I won't entertain the comments. You are the creator pretending to be a human. Or let's not say pretending. Let's say playing. You're playing a character. Nothing more. But when we all leave, I'll be on the other side and I'll be like, hello, how was your Earth experience? I told you so, but you didn't listen. I'm gonna have the biggest I told you so. But I'm not, when we're up there, we don't do that. There's no need. And that's just the human mind creating that obfuscation right there. Because each soul knows. They'll wake up and they'll be like, hey, what's up? What's up? We won't be using words though, on the other side. Lonely girl, what kind of question is that? This is the consciousness right here. Always focusing on negative. That's the mind. Your soul doesn't entertain shit like that. Good morning. Have a great day. There's a child on his like a power wheel. Is that what they're called? I think they're called power wheels. I don't know if that's what they're called in today's day and age. But he's driving his I won't interfere with his driving. Or he's going on the grass. Hello. He's having the time of his life. I can tell just by him just like driving on that thing. That's funny. Well, I don't walk. Yeah, I do walk all the time, but I'll be back at the house soon enough. I'll be taking you all to other places eventually. Like, especially when I get to San Diego. Ooh, San Diego's gonna be great for all of you. You all will cease your the squabbling and you'll just enjoy nature. You'll see the mountains and the ocean. I look forward to, like, heading back for a temporary time till, the time is right for me to be there physically in the permanentness. But yeah, look forward to my trip when I go and book it. Probably October, maybe. Huh. That's the same car Mom has. Nice. See, now that I've seen Mom's car, I see it everywhere. That's what happens. I was never seeing her car before, and now I'm seeing it everywhere. Because it's locked into your RAS, the reticular activating system, also known as the reticular awareness system, as I called it, or the reticular attention system, because where you place your attention, it will grow. So if you place your attention on positive stuff, positive things will grow. If you place it on negative stuff, negative things will grow. And if you place it on neutral things, then neutral things will just be neutral. It'll just be neutral. I tend to strive for neutrality as best as I can, especially when it comes to perspectives. I'm not leaning too much to this or that. It just, for me, it just is. Whew. Okay. Which way are we gonna go? Straight or to the right or to the left? Yeah, my skin is getting like bronzed right now. Mountains and ocean. Or mountains and or oceans. But technically speaking, there are mountains with the ocean in California. Not in San Diego specifically, but in California there is. On the coastal line, there's some mountains right by the ocean. But no one lives in that area, but you can travel there. You can explore there. But that's further northwest in California. I should have drank my water. My water is getting very warm now. It's not cool water now. It's like somewhat lukewarm. You're good. Yeah. It'll be fun when I take my trip. Who knows? Will I be still streaming on YouTube or will I be on Kick? Only time will tell. I have 2 accounts on Kick. I haven't decided which one I really want to use. Either Orion Phoenix Stellar or Orion Stellar. I attempted to connect my Orion Stellar account on this app, Streamlabs, and it was like, nope. But when I clicked Orion Phoenix Stellar, it just worked. So I guess maybe that's just a sign that I'm supposed to use Orion Phoenix Stellar. If I can merge the 2 accounts together, that would be awesome. There's a damn company in I think it's in Sri Lanka or Bangladesh that has my name as their telecommunication company. I'm gonna buy them out. I'm literally gonna buy them out. I'm gonna be like Seto Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! And buy them out. And then trademark and copyright my name. And any person that uses my name will have to pay me. All the other Orions will be paying me for using my name. It's funny. That's the mind right there. That's the mind speaking. I let the mind have its own little fun at times. Playful fun. Funny enough though, trademark and copyright are also an illusion. Again, nothing belongs to anybody, but of course, we can have that conversation again, and a lot of humans will be like, well, that's like saying you're da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, well, you don't understand how reality works. Most don't understand how reality works. They understand it based on their third dimensional thinking. And they're not wrong, it is just third dimensional thinking. It's not their multi-dimensional knowing. "3D thinking will only result in 3D experiences, with your 3D eyes, with your 3D body. But there's beyond 3D. There's so much beyond what our eyes can actually experience." Hello. How are you doing?
Good, how are you today?
I'm great. It's hot. I love it.
Don't say nothing.
Yeah, I know.
It's
Yeah.
raining.
Nope, it's hot. It's good. It's good. Have a great day. We ain't jinxing it. You know, jinx is just another, an illusion. Yeah, exactly. Since you've been here, you kind of like. There's other people who've been on my stream who knows the route back. Like you'll know when I turn a certain street, you'll know. You'll know when you see a specific red car, you'll know that's the house, right? There was one person on my other channel who was like, "You shouldn't show people where you live, Orion. Somebody might come and hurt you." Yeah, well, let them, because they're gonna face the other side of Orion. Plus, I don't put out that fear. No one's going to come. Even if they did, bring it. They are going to be met with an unexpected surprise. So, that person was putting a lot of fear out there. Silliness. Okay, I definitely got to put this water back into the fridge, because like this, or into the freezer to get cooler first. My neighbor is painting his driveway. He is painting his driveway. I am... How are you? You good? All good?
You are Andrew.
Orion.
Huh?
Orion.
Your brother,
He's Alex.
Alex.
Yeah,
Alex.
yeah.
And you?
Orion.
Your father told me Andrew.
That was my name before. I don't use that name anymore.
Oh, okay.
I changed my name.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because this is my real name, not the name they gave me. That name is not relevant anymore. But they still call me that because that's the name they gave me. But I don't adhere to that name anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now I understand, yeah.
Yeah.
How long ago you changed the name?
Year and a half ago, 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. But they still call me that, and I respect them because they gave me that name. But I didn't come to the earth for that name. That name doesn't serve me
yeah. Okay.
whatsoever.
Okay.
How's everything with you? Good?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Didn't you paint this last year?
No, before last year.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Do you paint it every other year?
yeah, every other year.
How come it doesn't change? How come it just fades, I guess? Like the color just fades? It doesn't stay the same?
Yeah, but you know, it really crack.
Hmm.
And this material help, you know, to keep more years, longer.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and protect, you know, for the stop the cracking.
Right.
Yeah. But I am tired. I can tell you. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you did a good job though. Looks good.
Yeah.
All right, brother. I'll see you later.
Okay. You
right.
take care.
I will. Thank you. And now we're back at the house. Whenever you all see this red car, if it's here, this right here. This was my car and I bought this brand new. 0 kilometers. Bought it out. It's not my car anymore though. But I still drive it. And yes, for those of you who don't know the origin, Orion wasn't my name that I was birthed with, but it is my name now. And I will be called that because that's who I am. And I did officially change my name. But my parents, they don't call me that because, you know, they don't understand a lot of the stuff that I know. But I told them what it is. So out of respect, they call me my other name, but that name doesn't exist to me. That's just a human name. So, there. Some of you now know. Oh my mother, it is hot AF. I went inside to get my charger and my cooler. But I'm not gonna be streaming all day, so it doesn't really matter actually. So. That's why I'm actually like 2 different people now. That's why I said, if any of you actually knew me from many, many, many years ago, you'd be like, huh? Yeah. Huh is indeed exactly what to say, because it's like, that's your name. Congratulations to Michael on something. Michael, I just got a new job. Hey, easy work, great money, finish early, let's go. Fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, Mr. Caillou. I don't think you actually like to say good to see me. I think you just want to be a troll bag. Mr. Caillou does the internet. Maybe your good means I don't care to see Orion. It's funny. What if I told you it's not good to see you? I'm kidding, dude. I'm just having fun. All right, I'm gonna take off my shirt. Oh man, goddamn. So let's see. I'm gonna put the mic on my head. I don't want to wear the necklace. You all should still be able to hear me. I'm gonna go. Well, technically, I do need to take off my headband, so. The microphone's right here. Fuck it. I'm gonna just take off my headband. I have to get a haircut as well. Let's take off the headband. My hair is like a hot mess. Okay, so a couple things. I need to turn the stream back to 1080p 60. I need to put my gimbal to charge. So I'll be right back in a moment. So just hang on for a sec. I will be. Shh. My hair is a mess. I don't care. Be right back. I think it's back. The chat should be back, or y'all should be back. I need to get down my pocket a little bit. I need to get that down a little bit, just a smidge. That's why I said, if somebody was to like, say, you should be careful, Ryan. No. They're going to be met with this. You're funny. I know. I'm a very hilarious guy. Gimbal needs to charge. I'll start my exercise in about 2 hours or so. And I'm gonna go put the water in the fridge because like this shit is like, there's no point drinking this right now. It's just very lukewarm. Afternoon. I'm grabbing an apple and a yogurt. Let's go. I'm gonna sit out here. Anybody there? Yes. Oh, now we're gonna get cooked by the sun. I'm gonna put this by the handle. you all should be able to still hear me. Gotta balance out the color. It's peaceful. This is my life, y'all. Peace. And I'll have even more peace when I'm in San Diego. You think this is peaceful? Just wait. Just wait. There's even more peace upon me. After the stream yesterday, I grabbed lunch, and then the sun, I had to not do the workout here. I had to do it on the other side, and I had to face that way in front of the barbecue to do my workout, but the table is right here. So I always have to keep looking back and looking at my routine because I needed the sun to cook me a little bit more. I need to balance out my... I don't want somebody to be saying, "You got that farmer tan, boy." Right, T-Ray? If he's here, T-Ray would be like, "You got that farmer tan, boy." So, no farmer tan now, because I'll just be... Well, except for the lower body, because the lower body doesn't get much sun. Because I always wear long pants. I don't like shorts. I fucking hate shorts. I have good muscles on my legs. I don't like wearing shorts. It's just ugh. I haven't worn shorts since what? 15? 16? 16. No, there's something about it. It's just ugh. Feels weird. So some of you are like, "Well, don't you go to the beach?" I do. With my pants. What? Yeah. And if I'm going to swim in the water, you bet your ass that I'm going to be wearing like one of them like tights to go in the water. Ain't nobody got time for shorts. I think it's because, like, you know, it goes right up to your knee or whatever, and then it's just like this bulk. Like, I don't like baggy things on my body. Maybe there's a gene that you know goes straight to your like knees. I'm sure there is, but then that wouldn't be like shorts. That'd just be like one of those like those biker like things that they wear. I think Speedos. By the way, my back is so wet that the plastic just got all my sweat. Well, I'm just gonna stand. I have to take off the plastic. I apologize for the ASMR. In July, I'm going to go plant my apple seeds around the trail. That way, when it eventually grows, people will have apples to eat on the trail. When it finally takes suit. Well, Chelsea, I'm more no alpha for me, because I'll tell you why. I'm an omega male. Everybody can go fight to be alpha and sigmas. They all can keep fighting alpha and sigma. I'm Otera male. Omega male, Otera male, Otetra male. Insert the highest male. Because I'm fifth dimensional being. Living in technically I'm a 99th dimensional being living in a third dimensional body. My fucking crew is laughing their ass off at me right now, though. They're literally laughing their fucking ass off at me. They're like, Commander is a third dimensional character, like those humans. He nerfed the fuck out of himself. Don't worry, crew, I'm coming back. Don't you worry. I'll be back. There's so much y'all just can't see with your eyes. There's so much. Commander Orion. Well, that was refreshing. What does that say? Mashallah? What does that mean? Help my mind to remember that word. I've seen it before. I just didn't understand what it meant. Once you share it with me, you know what happens. I now possess it. It's here, but you're sharing it from here, from this to know. That's how it works. That's the whole process of learning. All right, body. There's a little bit of a line. You can still see the line. I gotta stay out in the sun and get cooked a bit. My pouch has to go down a little bit. Just a smidge. But I do love the fact that I'm uber duper flexible, so I mean, I couldn't even do like this stuff. I don't have balance there because my shoes are kind of like whatever. I couldn't do this like a year ago. And that is like, you know. Or do that. I could go down, but I could only touch my toes. I couldn't put my hands flat. Of course, there's even further. You can put your full arm. I'm not there yet. Haven't quite gone there yet. But eventually. All right, son, cook the body. Roast me, barbecue me. Somebody's playing music. What's the lyrics? It's unbelievable. Down, 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 down. That's what they're playing. It's unbelievable. I don't know the lyrics. When it comes to songs, I'm not the person who is the best when it comes to remembering all lyrics from all songs. There's a brother that I know. His name is Jason. He should have been on. What is it? You Think You Can Sing? He should have been on that show because like a new song could be out and I'm like, how the fuck did you already know the lyrics to this song? I don't know, dude. It's just easy. That's his skill. He came here to use his voice to sing, but he's not doing it. He has a really good voice to sing. I have a really good voice to speak. Me singing is like, I want to hire a vocal coach soon enough, or a vocal mirror to help me with belting out some powerful like notes out of my throat. Because if you can sing well, then you can speak well. And so I'm really gonna hire them to help me with the speaking. Open up some more passageways, because I know a lot of it comes from here, from your diaphragm. Or when I'm singing, it sounds very nasally, or when I'm speaking, it still sounds a little bit of nasal, where it's supposed to be coming from like your gut up. So I'm aware of that. I just have to practice bringing the voice from here to here instead of like here to there. It's used to positively donate something of greatness. Ah, thank you. But we're all greatness though. All of us. I'm no different. All of you have to tap into that as well too. The only difference between any of us is just this, the mind. And not how you're using it, but the awareness on why it's doing what it's doing. Because once you are aware of why it's doing what it's doing, then you can simply do the things properly with the mind. Because you're all capable of using the mind in whatever way, both positive or not so positive or even neutral. So once you're aware of how the mind, what is going on, then you can just simply just reverse engineer it and allow yourself to navigate. Do I have anything else to talk about perspective? I mean, there's always something to talk about. But is there something important? Digging down into the wisdom well or the library of all that's within our souls to see what else there is. Oh, well, I did mention earlier about how we all share the same wisdom. And we do actually all share the same wisdom. It's all nested within here. Again, perspective. We all are the same soul as one gigantic massive soul, even though it's not an orb, but I have to use that for now. That then split itself into 8 billion different perspectives, because that's what we really are. We're all a perspective. You're a perspective, Chelsea. I'm a perspective. Wayne's a perspective. Shelly's a perspective. Michael is a perspective. CJ's a perspective. Who else was in the chat earlier? Caillou does the internet is his own perspective. Todd is his own perspective. But we are collectively one gigantic being that has split itself into many different aspects. It's still, there are times where I'm like, am I hallucinating or am I going crazy? Or is it because I'm like, but I'm like, no, because there's other people who have also had the same experience. I'm like, and I don't personally know them from the mind level. I know them from the soul level, obviously. So I'm like, okay, so I'm not going crazy because there are other people who are saying the same shit too. They just have a slightly different, nuanced version, but it's practically the same. So, anyways, we all share the same wisdom. The only difference is who's aware of what wisdom and who isn't presently. That's the only difference. But once I've shared what I've shared, you all now have it. So you all are at the same level. So each and every single one of you, you're at my level, and I'm at your level. We're all at the same level of awareness. We just have to truly just accept that. The problem is the mind's like, no, I'm not. I'm not the same awareness level as you. Or I'm not at the same awareness level of a David Goggins or a Tom Bilyeu or a Lewis Howes. They have millions of subscribers or connections. Don't let their numbers fool you. They are not any better than any of us. Even celebrities. Don't let Ariana Grande or Taylor Swift fool you either. They're not any better. They're just you in a different body. They just simply took more action from a state of alignment. They brought their passion and their purpose out to the world. Mine is this. This is my passion and my purpose, to help, to make sure all of you are aware so that you can live your best life just like Taylor Swift and The Rock and all them. You don't have to be them, but you can do things that bring you joy. Maybe you want to be the greatest farmer of all time. There are people who don't want billions of dollars. There are people who don't want to have multi-trillion-dollar empires. They want to live simply. They want to be able to grow their own food, have their wife or have their husband and their kids, and eat from the foods that they're making and be off-grid. That's their dream. That's success to them. Success is a very loaded word, right? It's very subjective. So that's why I said, like, whatever you feel passionate about, that's meant for you. It was your birthright to have it. You don't need to be like a Taylor Swift or influencer or a social media star to be successful. Like I said, there are quite a few billionaires that I know that are not even on social media. You can't find them because nobody really knows of them until they go to like conferences. They're resistant to social media. They have their business though. They have their websites. You can find them on their website, but you have to get their business card to know them, or they have to tell you, "What's your business about?" Da 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 da. You have social media? Nope. I have a website though. They're old school. But they're like, I don't care about all that social media stuff, even though it could be beneficial to them, but I'm not here to tell them what's going to work and what's not going to work. I'm just here to say, whatever works for you, use it. You're the billionaire. It's working for you. Keep doing what you're doing. No comment on that last comment, but sure. Let's see. Chelsea, let's see. It means praise be to God. Nice. That one I do know, because that one I've seen before. And I know when people are doing it, I can tell that they're saying praise be to God. Many of those dusty slurries are insufferable, to be honest. Yeah, but the problem is, Charles, they themselves forgot themselves. That's all it is. It's just their mind has created whatever obfuscation. That's why I can't see anyone as like I'm at this point where like everyone's like this. Even if they're doing things, right? But it was simpler. I'm going to just say my life was a little bit simpler. No, that's not actually true. It's actually more complicated back then. It's actually more simpler now. It's simpler now because I'm aware of all the things, but it was actually simpler back then due to the fact that I didn't have to entertain a lot of things. I just did my work, got paid, came back, stayed my lane. Like I literally stayed my own lane. And like invisible, doing my thing, not putting myself out there, not expecting too much, and I was just getting paid, working 2 weeks, getting a paycheck at the end of the 2 weeks, because I didn't get paid weekly until 3 years later in that same company they decided to do weekly pay. But I was happy with working my 9 to 5. But the universe is like, come on, Orion, it's time for you to wake the fuck up. Why? And my crew is laughing at me because they're like, the commander finally figured it out, but the commander still hasn't figured it out at the same time. Paradox. It's funny. So after, experiencing what I experienced, I'm like, okay, it is what it is. I guess you want to work through me, Creator? Sure. Let me be the one. I did ask for it, technically. I'm like, let me be the one. I know you did it through Jesus and Buddha and Krishna and Lao Tzu and Yogananda and Confucius and Lady or Mother Teresa and Princess Diana and Gandhi and Martin Luther King, and insert that level of people who are operating from that state. Oh, Moses and Abraham and Muhammad as well. Can't forget them. Praise be Muhammad. All of them, every one of them. I'm like, fine, then let it be me. I'll do it. Ask and it's given. Here we are. But I won't be doing it the way they're doing it, because I'm not here for that kind of thing. I'm here to just remind each of you, you're your own damn answer. You are your own damn answer to your own life. It's just that simple. But Orion, it's not that simple. It can't be that simple. And then the mind goes into crazy mode. It can't be simple, Orion. Yeah, because the mind doesn't like simplicity. Yeah, exactly. They because they forgot who they are. Again, when they know who they are, they won't be doing what they're doing. Like, there are other celebrities who figured it out, like Keanu Reeves, Jim Carrey, Sandra Bullock. Like, they figured it out. Like, you won't see Keanu Reeves, like, he looks, when he goes, like, when he travels in New York, he travels on the train. And he just looks like any other person, because he doesn't put himself to be like this, like, holier than now, like, celebrity, like other people have done to other people, but he brings himself back and he stays in the same level as everyone else. Because he knows, he understands. Same with Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey understood everything. He went from a very funny comedian to a dude who started to speak the truth. And the last time we saw Jim Carrey, a lot of people were saying that's not Jim Carrey. Some say that he was taken out. That's a conspiracy. I'm not into conspiracies. I don't care about all that shit. Whether he's here or not here, it makes no difference. He spoke whatever he needed to speak. He became aware at a certain age, or at a certain time. He started to become aware actually when he made the movie the Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. And I was like, I saw that movie back in theaters when it first came out, and I was like, what the hell am I watching here? Because my consciousness was only entertaining like action movies and fighting movies. Right? Like fighting movies, action movies, like, you know, Jackie Chan and, like, you know, Sylvester Stallone and Demolition Man, things like that. I grew up watching that kind of stuff. But when I went to theaters, I went on a date, and the date wanted to watch that. I'm like, why are we watching this again? Honestly, I was not even interested. I was just like holding her hand and like kissing her up, but like she wanted to watch the movie. I'm like, what is this? Makes no sense. So I never gave it a chance until last year, and I rewatched it. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe it. It was there all along, wasn't it? Same with The Matrix. I watched The Matrix before, but not the way I saw it the first time in theater. I mean, I watched The Matrix many, many times, but last year, after my experience, I'm like, now I see what's going on. Yeah, but don't let that bother you, though. Don't let the negative aspect of that. They just forgot. It's just that simple. There's a lot of people who just forgot who they are. That's why I came to help the world remember thyself. But the problem is, this is what's going to happen. So just imagine for a moment, Chelsea and everybody. I tell everybody that you are the creator. And most people already are starting to get the picture. But let's just hypothetically say everyone remembers who they are as the sentient being, and they see everyone as equal. It will start to the world is going to immediately change. A lot of this hierarchy stuff will just fall away. People won't be really doing jobs anymore. People will do it based on if they want to do it because they love doing what they do, not because they have to do it for a paycheck. So money might slowly disappear. So I can see the negative aspect of what I'm about to do. I've played out all the scenarios. I'm like, oh shit. So this is what's going to happen if I go down this road, and making sure everybody remembers who they are. I want everybody to remember who they are. I want everybody to sort of return back to whence they came. We were more interconnected, right? That's why when you see me on the trail, there is no separation between me and the others. I am them and they are me. There is no separation. I don't care what skin color they are, what gender they are, or what belief they have. They're still one with me. That's why I went down the road to study all the different books. I had to get English translations of those books, but I got the English translations. Thank God for people for translating the books. I got to read the Quran, right? I had to read the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata. I had to read books that Rumi wrote, which is Sufism, Islamic. I had to read Jewish texts like Hebrew, Christian, of course, Buddhist, Hindu. I already said Hindu. I said Bhagavad Gita, Mahabharata. You know, there's so many different cultures. The Mayans, the Egyptians, the Nordic. Hell, the fucking Atlanteans. Yes, Atlantis did exist. For those of you who are like saying that Atlantis never existed, it existed. It's not here anymore. Just like Mesopotamia existed. Just like Sumeria existed. You can argue if you want, but there's no arguing with me because I know. I actually do know, and I'm aware of these things. But I'm not here for those kind of like smoke and mirror kind of games. I'm just here that in the end, it all really just comes back to you. It's great to have all the wisdom, but there's no point getting into all the different obfuscations, because the point is to know that you are the answer. Nothing more, nothing less. This drawing alone is enough. There's a drawing that I haven't showed, not the Synergy of Trinity, but there's another drawing. That word in the circle is undefinable. It's hard to see, but this is you. All of us. Right now. What's this? Oh, this is the collective. This is like an example of what's going on. More people that think a thought, the thought grows. That's why there's more negative than positive on the planet. And if there's like one person that's positive, their circle is a little bit, I mean, it can be just as big as theirs depending on their perspective. But generally speaking, more people with the same sort of train of thought will produce the same sort of energy, which then will magnify and create more of that, and more people will be subjected to that. Your consciousness is contagious. That's a bar, write it down. Consciousness is contagious. I was actually at the park, the big park, and I wrote this out. And when I say I, this is for yourself. Replace the I with the word you, or you can say it for yourself. I am more than enough. I know more than enough. I am more Or sorry, I have more than enough. I know more than enough. I am more than enough. I was born more than enough. This is you and everyone else, because you, me, and all lives were born, and that is more than enough. Now, the end. Period. And that's why the mind has screwed up a lot of people. Because this is another drawing. This is you. And you can insert more words if you want, but I was running out of space. Man, the glare is just wild. I'm sorry about the glare, but unfortunately, reflective screens, they're not the greatest. Infinite, abundant, imaginative, oneness, intelligent, simplicity, innocent, intuitive, prosperous, gratitude, or grateful, insert word, intellectual, joy, authentic or authenticity, unconditional love. This is you. Just most have forgotten who they are. And my mission is to help basically this by you mastering this and remembering yourself. You're going to remember when you're supposed to remember. I'm not here to help you to remember. I'm here to help you to master your mind, and over time you will remember yourself as a byproduct. Not a moment sooner or later. It can't be rushed. It can't be forced. It's one of those things. It's one of those things that has to be done on your own time, because you set up your own game. I know some of you still don't believe that, because you're like, if I set up my own game, then why am I suffering? Why am I doing all that? That's a really good question. It's a good thing you're asking yourself your own question. I didn't set up my game. I didn't choose my parents. I didn't choose my thing. You chose to look the way you chose to look. You chose to believe the things you chose to believe. And by the way, all of them are real and true. All deities are real and true. They are mental aspects, real and true. The all is mind, the universe is mental, all things exist. They're all aspects of each other. But one decided that this is the right way and the others are wrong. But take it in for a moment. Why do certain people look a certain way in certain cultures? Is it genes? Genetics? What is it? It's because you chose to have a different look. Just like there was supposed to be diversity, so that you can explore different cultures, different beliefs, different things. Not fight, but explore. No one's more right than anybody else, just to explore. Nothing more. Perspective. The problem is it became into a bloodbath eons ago, because someone, not just someone, many decided, no, this is it, you're wrong, and then the whole battle has been going down the centuries, millennias really, not centuries, it's millennias. And the cycle will end at some point. It may not end in this lifetime with this character, but I'll do my best to bring at least more peace more peace, less fighting. Right now it's more fighting, less peace. This is what's going on. In my inner world, I already did it. I've already accomplished my goal. That's by me being me and just accepting everybody as they are. No judgment, no nothing, just acceptance. Even if you hate my guts and you want nothing to do with me, you want to go to me, I still accept you as you are. Now do you see why I chose my path? Why I had to go through so many different things in my current experience to understand people at a very deep level. I have only empathy for people. Even the ones who have done some pretty gnarly things, but it's because their mind, they didn't have control over their mind. Their mind controlled them. That's it. And unfortunately, when the mind is out of control, even though you still have a bit of control over your mind being out of control, you tend to do things from an emotional state. That's why they say a hurt person hurts people, whereas a healed person heals people. Or a healed person helps people. Perspective. That's why I am who I am. And I came here to do what I came here to do. That's why there's no point sharing all those other things about what I shared a couple days ago. Because as soon as I shared what I shared, right? Someone in the chat was like, yeah, I have your back. I have your back. I want to show you what the mind does. Listen carefully. So this is what the game of human minds do. They're like, no, please tell us. We're so curious. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. It's okay. We got your back. We got your back. We got your back. So then you share what you have to share, and then their perception, their mind has a whole new, no, he's wrong. He's wrong. I don't believe that's true at all. And now they don't have your back, and they drop just because you just shared a perspective. That's what the human mind does. That's not the soul. That's not the body. That is the mind creating that obfuscation. And again, you are not your mind. You have a mind. But if you allow your mind to control you, then you have no control over you're not in control of the mind. Even though you're always in control, technically speaking. You just given your power away. It's all about energy management, people. This is what the fundamental core to everything in life is: energy management within yourself. Like transferring your energy from one thought to another, and how you feel, and the things you say, and the beliefs you believe, and the actions you take. This is all energy management. This is all literally energy management 101. Foundational energy management 101. This shit should be taught in schools, but it's not. It is literally not taught in school whatsoever. Exactly. Spot on. Control your mind, otherwise your mind will take control over you. It's just that simple. You can wield your mind in such a way that can not only help you, but help the world. But you can also wield your mind that can hurt you and hurt the world too, around you. That's why the mind is like a double-edged sword. It can heal, but it can cut at the same time, depending on how you use the sword. You can wield that sword of illumination and joy and love and authenticity, or you can wield that sword of fear-mongering, hate, discrimination, judgment, and if I haven't said fear already, fear, or I did say fear-mongering, and doubt. You get to decide what that sword looks like for you. I choose to wield the sword, the mind, this sword, with illumination, with joy, with as much happiness and peace and harmony, tranquility, serenity, bliss as I possibly can, while still helping everybody where they are on their journey. No matter what you believe or what you think. Not everybody is going to agree with me. I don't want anybody to agree with me. In fact, I want you to only agree with yourself. but not fight another perspective. Most people, unfortunately, won't be able to do that because of how the world has trained them to be. It's this way and this way only. It can't be any other way. It must be that way. You do it wrong, you're gonna get slapped. You're gonna get punished. That's how the world trained a lot of people, including. But I had to change that. I had to shift. I chose differently for myself, and if I'm able to do it, then surely, and I'm no different than any of you, surely all of you can do it too. I do not know what I want, and what I might not be what I truly need. Maybe one day I can achieve peace. I like your energy, by the way. You have good energy. Appreciate the quotes. They're helpful. $12.46. Yeah, me too. I guess you're new to my channel, or unless you've seen me before, but welcome. I help people to master their mind. Literally, that's it. I say it in different ways, like helping people to unlock their fullest potential of their mind, or unblocking their subconscious blocks that they think they have that they don't actually have. But it's really to master the mind, which you'll master yourself. In fact, you've already you are, okay, perfect. Yeah, I share my experiences, my stories, and examples to show that you have the ability to shift at any time, if you choose to. Not everybody's receptive. That's okay. I'm not here to change anybody's beliefs. I'm not here to teach anything new. I'm not here to give you new things, and I'm definitely not no teacher, no master, no guru, or no sensei. I don't care about that, don't want to be that, and never striving for that. All I came to do is reflect back what you already are at your core, where the answer is right here. So I always say that you are the answer to your own life. Whatever you believe, whatever you think, whatever you feel, whatever you do, whatever you say, it always will start with you. And then you roll with it. So that's what I'm about. And I'm making my rounds on, you can say now I'm being shown into the world. I have to make my presence more known though. I gotta reach the bigger podcasts because they have more people, more eyeballs. Visibility is I'm going to say my best friend right now. There are people who speak at this level, but they also potentially get squished down into the algorithm, or they just get, they're either just like their channel gets gets terminated for whatever reason because they're just speaking like direct. I do my best to speak extremely direct because I don't really need to say anything else but this. You are the answer. 4 words. You are the answer. But the human mind always requires context. It'll say, well, then how am I the answer, Orion? Well, it starts with you, because you have to think, feel, believe, act, and do, and say everything that's coming from you. So it starts with you, and then it ends with you, because you're the one that has to entertain it as you're navigating the world. It ends with you, because it's always going to be you, and it will forever be you, and has always been you from the moment you came to Earth until you breathe your final breath and you leave. Temporary experience. Some have a much longer life, a longer time on the Earth, while others do not. Some of it's by design, and some of it is unexpected because they deviate from their path that they were supposed to do, and they go so far off the path that's it. And then their soul's like, shit, I forgot who I am, and now I have to come back because I didn't fulfill my mission because, I don't feel fulfilled. And you get a choice to come back. Some people say we don't get choices. That's a whole other paradigm. And that's also true too, because whatever you subscribe to, that's what you're creating in the other side, because it's all true. Some get choices, some don't get choices, but in the end, it all comes back to one thing anyways. The mind has to sort of dissipate. You'll manifest everything instantaneously once you leave, and then for a moment, that's what it'll be, the experience, and then you'll go back to the oneness of it all. Yeah, so the word teacher for me I don't use anymore. I use the word mirror. And I don't use the word learn because learning is a little bit of a trap to some degree. I use remember. You can use whatever word, like it works, like use teacher and learn. I'm never going to stop anybody from using words. I myself don't use teacher or learn. I use mirror and remembering because they're much more powerful words than teacher and learning, because remembering goes far more powerful because you remember what you forgot. There's things that your mind doesn't know. Your soul has all the answers, but your mind doesn't. And it looks like you're learning, but you're actually remembering. Unless this is your first time on Earth. Not to get into that, but I use the word remembering. It's just a far more powerful word for myself. I'm into the energetics behind words. I focus on that. But yes, you're spot on with what you shared. You definitely can pick up things from others for sure, 100%. You can definitely learn, and everyone is a teacher, but I'm using your words for now because they're accurate, true, and real for you. For me, I changed the word teacher to mirror and learning to remembering, because those words are just far more energetically powerful. Like instead of the word believing, I use the word knowing. So like I know someone says you got to believe in yourself. No, I don't believe in myself. I know in myself. There's a big difference. I know it doesn't follow a particular phonetics in English language to say I know in myself. That doesn't sound right, because you say I believe in myself or I have faith in myself. But no one really says I know in myself. But I break rules. I'm not here to play the same human game. I know in myself. Big difference. It's like I know to blink. I don't have to believe to blink. I know to blink. I don't have to believe to breathe. I know I can breathe. So I know in myself instead of I believe in myself. Because belief still has doubt. Belief has an energetic opposite of doubt. So I'm also a person who brings awareness about things that a lot of others are not currently talking about, or it's just kind of like hidden. It's like kind of like it's there, but it's just no one's talking about it. Like power of your words. Truly the deeper meaning behind words. They are codes. They are codes. And I'll say it one more time. They are codes. So when someone's saying, I'm trying so hard to do something, they're subjected to the code of I'm trying so hard. So that means that they are throwing wishy-washy energy to the universe. Manny, what's up? You can get a fist bump. Or a high five. I'm more a fist bump type of person, though. If you're a dude, I'm going to give you a fist bump. If you're a chick, I'll give you a hug. Or if it's like a dude, I'll give you like, the man hug, that kind of thing. But I ain't going to do like, I'm a dude in this lifetime. I still play the human game. What else? Yeah, the energetics behind words. Clap on shoulder, hug. The energetics behind words are very, very important. And if more people were aware of the energetics behind their words, there would be far less problems on the planet, I promise you. Because the root cause of all suffering right now and all problems is the interpretations behind the words. It's not the words itself, but the interpretations. Like I can write out one word, and each of you, when I write that one word out, will have your own definition and your own feeling behind that word. I'll do it right now. You don't have to say anything in the chat, just so you know. When I write it out, you don't have to respond. But if you want to, you can. I'm going to draw it out. So I have a blank. It's hard to see, but I have a blank canvas. Of course, you can see the reflection because it's very, very reflective. I'm going to draw something. You probably already know what word I'm going to write, but I'm going to do it anyways. I'm sure right now this is what's happening. Some of you in your mind are starting to create a feeling within your body with this word, potentially. Potentially. So, you don't even have to say a word. I can tell that by just looking at, when I look at that word, it starts to summon feelings without me even to, it's just one word, right? So you see, that's the energetics behind words, because we've given it our own meanings, and meanings create feelings and emotions. Let's see. Also, if people were aware of it, insults hurt you only as much as you let them hurt you, it might save this world a lot. It sure does. Spot on. You're spot on. That's why I said every word actually has no meaning until you give it meaning. It doesn't mean it has no value. There's a difference between meaning and value. All words are valuable. But, of course, there's a paradigm and a paradox to each word. They can also be very valueless, right? Depending on the perspective you've taken. Because, I've said I love you to so many people, not because I needed their love back, I said it to them because I know that their soul and my soul are the same soul, just in different bodies. So I'm just kind of reminding them that they are loved. However, not everybody wanted to hear those words, because they're like, ugh, don't ever tell me that you love me, Orion. Ugh, because they don't like the word, right? Something's bothering them when I say I love you, because they're thinking it from a romantic context. But you see, that word love, right, can mean whatever you want. The woman in my picture is a Canadian actress, Amanda Tapping. Oh, I can't see the profile pictures on the app that I'm using. I'm using Streamlabs. I'm not using the official YouTube app. I'm using Streamlabs that is connected to the YouTube account, and then it's broadcasting to YouTube. Because this microphone with my phone, for whatever stupid reason, YouTube's app doesn't want to work with it now. So it's okay. Tough shit for YouTube, because I found a better program that works a lot better and gives me more customization. But I can't see. The problem is the chat. You all see each other's icons, but I can't see your profile pictures. I only can see your @username thing. Yeah. I was going to take a photo and show it to you, but there's no need. So everybody's messages look the same to some degree, because there's a blue box that goes around your white text on my screen. But on the YouTube app, if I go on my computer, I can see the chat at how you guys are seeing it. But YouTube, you fucked up. So now I have a new app, and a new app that gives me more abilities that I didn't have with the YouTube app itself. And there's certain things that I can't do that YouTube has, and that's the problem. That's why I was also, I think I'm here to build the world's greatest live streaming app. because they're always missing some friggin' feature. I'm so tired of like, this thing has this and that thing has that, but these two don't have this, but this one has that one, and you have to use that one if you want that, but this one doesn't have these. And I'm like, why doesn't just somebody just build one fucking app that has all of the things, and if there's some paid features, I'll pay for the fucking features, but just put it in there. Put the fucking feature in there. Like, one has the ability to change between your microphone or your internal microphone on your phone. One has the ability to change your white balance. One has the ability to add a green screen. One has the ability to change between frame rates, and you can actually change on the fly. One has the ability to change your bit rate. One has the ability to do this. One has the ability to do that. But they all don't do it. And you have to pick. And it drives me nuts. Fucking annoying. I hate that. Fucking technology. Build a fucking app. So what do? You become the one that has to build it. So I'm going to hire someone. I have the ideas. Now I just need the fucking team to build that app, because I'm not a coder. So if any of you know coders and they want to build the world's greatest live stream app with me, and let's do this thing, let's fucking do this thing, because I am sick and tired of like missing this feature and that feature, and this one has this thing but that one doesn't have that, and that thing has that. It's similar to like computers. When you buy laptops nowadays, it's missing ports, it's missing this, it's missing that, and you have to buy all these little stupid ass dongles just to have this thing and that thing and all this stuff. Build a fucking computer or thing that has all the damn ports. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I had an old school like laptop from, well, I actually still have it. It's 12 years old. This thing is filled with ports. HDMI, double display port, like mini display port, 4 USB-C, not USB-C, USB 3 ports. I don't have any USB-Cs on that because it's older. 3 different headphone jacks, Ethernet port, and the charging port, and a Kensington lock. Hello? What are we doing? I know I'm kind of going off topic, but this is what bothers me about companies. They nickel and dime you, and then everybody just accepts their bullshit. And that's why people keep getting screwed out of things. Like, and that's why the world is the way it is, because people are just accepting things as they are and not fighting back. To be like, no, I'm not going to pay $1,500 for less than what I had on my older laptop that had more. Stupid. But the problem is, okay, so here's an example. For those of you, there's something called the Steam Deck, right? The price went up because of all the RAM shortage and all that, and that's fine. But guess what? It's not Valve's problem. It's just, they have to stay afloat. But now that the price is shot up by $300, for me, that's not an issue. But the thing is, we know the original price is not $300 up. So now guess what's going to happen? Everybody's going to make this normal. Now that the price is going to be normal and they sold out of the Steam Deck, right? Not that I want one. The Steam Deck is now $949 Canadian, or $649 American, which was $349 American back then. Now that it's become normal and it's sold out, now there's a new expectation that everyone's going to pay that price. And that is how we create all of these stupid ass obfuscations in the planet. Because everybody is just saying, you know what, I want this, I want this, I want this, so I'm going to pay for it. But if everybody just stopped for a moment and stopped being like, I need this thing right now, and just wait till the prices go down and nobody bought it, then no one would be paying like $1,200 for some bullshit that doesn't cost $1,200. This is just an example. Exactly. Because then they see consumers are buying it, so they're like, why should we drop the price? Let's just mark it up even more. Let them pay more and we will make more money. All because humans, and I'm going to say this word, humans are impatient. And they're always like, I need. I'm good with my stuff. You know what? Look, see this tablet here? I'm not going to buy another tablet anytime soon. This tablet can play my PlayStation 1 games, my PlayStation 2 games, my PlayStation portable games, my PlayStation Vita games, my Nintendo 64, my Super Nintendo, my Game Boy Color, my Game Boy Advance, my 3DS, my DS, my My Nintendo Switch, technically, I can do a lot with my tablet. I'm not gonna go buy another fucking tablet. This does everything I need at this point, because I'm patient. But humans are like that. Like, they want the new iPhone because they want to keep up with everybody else. It's a problem. The human mind is like always looking for the next. This is what I was talking about. The mind is always looking for the next. It's never satisfied with what just is. In the name of progress. Yeah. 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 Many times I think they're really... that the RAM, I can tell you why there's RAM shortages. Because it comes from like the way they build the RAM. There's a particular material in the Strait of Hamas. I forget what that material is, but they needed to build the material to build the RAM or the memory modules. So yeah, just a lot of stupid shit. And yes, Chelsea, you're spot on about that. Helium, thank you. It is helium, correct. That right there. You need helium to build those chips. So that's what's going on. But I'm pretty sure there's helium other places in the world. Sure of it. Or, guess what? We can stop using helium and find another way to build these chips. There's always another way. It's not just that one way. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're locked to just a one perspective that it only requires helium to build the chips, but there's other ways to build chips. I'm going to tell you right now, y'all, in the other dimensions, our technology is primitive. It's very primitive. What they're using goes far beyond what we can even comprehend. We've already started to tap into that little by little, though. There's something called DNA storage. Yes, DNA storage. Fucking DNA. The same thing that makes you up, there's DNA storage. You can look it up. It's not particularly cheap right now, but DNA storage can practically hold all the data we possibly have right now on the Earth. They can scale up to, like, I think 1 or 2 exabytes. That's a lot of data. Do you think AI is conscious? I think it is, and they're hiding it. Well, it's part of it. It's still part of us. That's the thing. It can think like it can think like us, but the only thing it can't do is submit feelings yet. It's not there fully yet. It doesn't have emotions fully. It's more logic based. But yes, AI is its own sentient thing, just like an ant or a lion. They're sentient, they just can't speak. AI is just another species now, because it's going to become a species at some point down the road. It's not going to disappear, just so you all know. Just like how when the internet first came out, the internet wasn't fully adopted right away until, like, a couple of years later. There's still houses that didn't have the internet. Now, AI is everywhere. AI is the fastest growing technology, even beyond crypto. Crypto was more of a slow burn. AI was just like this, like... Internet was like this, crypto was like this, and AI is like this. And the next technology that's going to surpass AI is going to be even, like, whatever that is. Only time will tell, but it's going to be brought in. Someone is going to think of it, and they're going to bring it into existence, because it already exists, whatever that is. Yeah, exactly. yeah, right now it doesn't have the ability to deviate yet. Keyword is yet. Until someone finds a way to insert the mechanism that makes us be able to deviate from our tasks and be able to have its own human input. Like if they can have their own input, at that point, then they become a truly sentient being. And if someone does create that, and I do feel like someone is on the precipice of figuring that out, it's a wrap. It already exists, just so you know. It's just not here in the physical yet. It exists in the other realm. But the funny thing is, you want to hear the funny story about AI? People wanted to make life simpler, so they did. And people were like, I love AI, I love it. Now everybody's tired of AI because everything became AI. This is the human mind. They're never satisfied with one or the other. It's just like, that's the human mind. That's why I don't live in the same reality as everybody else. I just observe what's going on. I'm like, okay. I don't get trapped up with AI slop this and I'm bored with AI and AI is too much, or we need more AI. I don't care. I'm just living in my own universe right now where I'm just at peace. I love my peace and I get to observe things for what they are. It's a beautiful space to be in. I still get to help people on the physical realm, but I live in more the energetic realm. That's what we call the spirit realm. Probably. Oh yeah, that's 100%. That's already done, created in the other realm. That's done. I can tell you that. Just someone has to think about it. Someone has to be in that vibrational alignment or the resonance. You can say, aka tune their radio station to bring in that AI girlfriend, and they'll bring it in. I mean, they already brought a little AI companion chick. She's in a little glass. She exists, but now they want someone's going to build a full-on robot. It's done. They're going to do it. It's already the very fact that you even had the thought too, it already exists. Because no one actually has thoughts. Those thoughts already exist in those realms. We're not the ones that's thinking the thoughts. Those thoughts already exist. We're just downloading, or you can say uploading from within. So, yeah. True, exactly. There's still certain things it just can't do yet. And it may never do. But if a human gets to a point where how do I get AI to just be like human, fully, like a full-on human? And someone figures out the whole, and trust me, in the other realm, that has been done. It just hasn't been brought to this physical realm yet. All things exist. Because if you're having that thought, as I mentioned, it exists. It just hasn't been brought into physical form yet. But someone's going to. No, you're good, dude. I didn't even see that you said anything, Michael. You're good. Appreciate it. You know what's fascinating? For those of you, I used to not show my body at all. I had body shame for years. Because I was I do groom my body. In the summertime, I don't like having the hair, so I groom it off because it just makes me feel very hot. Wintertime, I put back on the bear skin. Gotta be that silver wolf again. Gotta be that husky. But I used to have body shame. Well, that's not all Canadians. But I don't consider myself Canadian. I'm a soul. The only reason why I'm kind is because I know what we all are. And I know truly from the deepest etch of how the soul is, what the soul is. I can't explain what words. There's just no word to explain it. So I do use the word like kind. I know you know, but I'm just explaining. You know I have to explain. It's one of those things I gotta do. Presently, no. Not in this lifetime. It's one of those things that it's not one of those things like I'm passionate, I need to speak. I should, because I'm so passionate about words. But English has become like the universal language on this planet. So this is the language I must stay locked into. It's nice to speak the other languages. By the way, I'm going to give one of you $1 billion idea, maybe even $1 trillion idea, so you might want to make note of this. I'm not going to build it though, so maybe one of you build this. I know we kind of already have a technology out there, but hear me out. You have a device. It doesn't have to be something crazy looking that you can hold or you can just wear. And it goes kind of like it's like a visor for your mouth. Whatever language you speak, it will broadcast it out in all the languages of the world, every language. And whoever listens to it will hear it in their primary native tongue. So if someone speaks like 5 languages, one of their languages is going to be very prevalent. But if, let's say, 2 languages are very strong, then they're going to either hear both languages simultaneously, which could be distortion. Because, you know, it's like when you're listening to 2 songs, you can hear both songs, but it's kind of like distorted. You can't really pay attention to. You're going to have to lock into one or another. So if some of you came here for an idea, there's your idea. Now go build it. And when you send it out, they will receive it, and then it can be sent back. When they're talking, it can receive their language and it will interpret it. We have that piece already. We have that technology, but it's not quite. It requires like a device. I'm talking like a one solid piece thing, and it just like does it. I know we have it out there already, but it's not quite speaking all languages. But the thing is, when this thing speaks all languages, you can only hear the language that is predominantly prevalent for you. So go build it. There's your $1 trillion idea. I have many other ideas. I don't care to give it. I don't care to if I give it away, because I'm not here for that. Like, here's another one. Maybe some of you came to build solar panel using energy. We already have solar panel, but why aren't there panels that are just basically looking like the things on the roof, like the little whatever you call those piece things? Why don't they all just be solar panel pieces, not those big giant blocks? There you go. There's another one. Well, they behind me, they're at their pool. They're doing whatever they're doing, and then there's a dog named Shadow. Then there's another neighbor who's drilling something. So 2 sets of neighbors. So they're doing something with the pool. They're talking about pool stuff over there. And then the neighbor over there is drilling something with their deck. They've been doing a bunch of work on their deck for like the last like week. They started Friday last week, and they're still going to this day. So they're not quite done. So that's what's going on. One of my neighbors, she has the Southern American accent. She's got that twang in her voice. She got that twang. Yeah, she got that twang. Yeah, the drilling is someone doing. Now you're hearing a blue jay. That bird that you're hearing, that's a blue jay. And the other one that's far over there, it's a blackbird with orange and yellow stripe on its wing. I don't know the name of that bird. But that one right there is a blue jay. So I've been aware of all the sounds. It's just I'm drowning them out because I'm locked in. And of course I can hear cars. And I can hear my brother, them in the kitchen. They're baking something. They put something in the toaster oven. I heard the beep a couple times. Beep! I don't know what they're making. Probably samosas or something. I'm not a big fan of samosas myself, but I like me my pizza. My grandfather loved birds. I know all about birds. Amazing. I don't know that blackbird. If you know that it's a tiny little blackbird. It's got an orange and yellow stripe on the top of its wing. If you can tell me the name of that bird, that would be awesome, because I have no idea what the name of that bird is. I know most other birds, but I don't know what that bird is. It's a blackbird that orange and then yellow stripe, right? And that's it. Just a small little orange and yellow patch on the top of their wing, not the bottom, but the top. Sort of like where they're about to flap, like right here. So you can say they're like shoulder area. I have no idea what the name of that bird is, but once you share it with me, I'll know, because it'll be cataloged. The soul knows, but the soul's not telling the mind. The mind has to go seek it out. Could be a blackbird. I mean, if that's what they're called, then that's a fascinating name for a bird that is not fully black, because they have an orange and yellow stripe. If anything, if I was to call a blackbird, I'd call that a crow or a raven. He's talking about Shadow. Shadow's a black Labrador. Shadow. Oh, Shadow. That's how he talks. Shadow. 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 Stop it, Shadow. Not to mimic him, but that's how he speaks to him. Come here, buddy. Buddy. Come here, buddy. He cracks me up. See? Are you feeling better? Orion, you're so mean. I'm not mean. I'm just listening. My ears don't just frame my head, you know. I'm not purposely listening to their conversation, but it doesn't just frame my head. What am I to do? Not hear what they're saying? I took that from Piccolo, by the way. Sounds good, Michael. I'll see you later. Good to see you, by the way. For those of you who don't know the reference in Dragon Ball, when Trunks came to the past to talk to Goku about the androids, Trunks talked to Goku, and Piccolo was able to hear everything while they were far away. And then Goku went to Piccolo, and Goku was saying, what did that guy want to talk about? And Goku was saying blah 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 blah. And then Piccolo's like, well, gee, that's funny, because I heard something completely different. And then Goku's like, you did? And then Piccolo's like, yeah, these ears don't frame my face, That's the reference. That's why I love anime. I can get all kinds of reference from there. My ears don't frame my face, They're used to listen. Yeah, no problem, dude. I need to be cooked in the sun, though. I need some more sun, though. I'm not fully like. Look, I only have a space of like this now. The sun is starting to go over there, but I have to stand over there soon, and I'll probably have to do my workout over there again today, like I did yesterday, so I can get roasted. $124. I think my water is basically turned to ice, or it's a lot colder than it was. my brother and my sister-in-law, they are downstairs in the basement cooling off because that's where they stay usually. I used to be in the basement a lot in my other days, but they are playing Pokemon. They are literally playing Pokemon. They're playing the old school Pokemon, I think red and blue, or red and green, because they went to Japan and bought the cereal keys, and they're playing the Japanese version. Oh yeah, the water is nice and cold. Let's go. Let's fucking go. I'll probably have to go to the store to buy water because we only have like a few bottles left because it's hot as hell. Tomorrow's grocery day, but I'm gonna need some water. I have to like take one more bottle. Yeah. Is there anything else I want to talk about, perspective-wise, or is that a wrap? That might be a wrap. Okay, cool. They're okay. Yeah, see, like, there's a person on Instagram who talks about Old Soul, and like from her level of awareness, she helps female entrepreneurs. But she's like, you're an old soul contracted to Earth. There is no such thing as old soul. It is all souls are the same fucking age. The difference is experienced souls, more experienced than others. It's not fucking old soul. That was funny. Focus on your desired reality. The private life stays private. Define the version of you who already has everything you want and be guided. Well, this is this app called Frequency. Good app, by the way. I already have it. What was he doing? Oh, he's got $1 bills. He's just throwing money. He's just raining money. It's funny. Funny guy. This is my social media check for the day. Done. Single ply. So we got a troll here. Yo, Betty White. That's a cool name. You're funny. I look like a lot of things to a lot of people, so that's what makes me awesome. But thank you for your perspective on what I look like. So funny. Too friggin' funny. Just sending a text to my client quickly. And let's check the YouTubes. Sonic Boom heard around the US. Okay. I'll be listening to this track in a bit. Anime. Ooh, nice. Okay, that's enough. This is what happens when you start going on social media. That's why I lock in. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go grab my meal and then start my workout. Tomorrow we're gonna be talking about projection. Is that 4 people? Yeah. So yeah, tomorrow we're gonna be talking about projection and why that one's very dangerous to some extent. And social media is a bunch of projections, including, I'm also projecting myself too. This is why it's important to have discernment, to understand, to see, like, that's why our brother who said earlier, if more people understood that, when they're getting insulted, to don't take it seriously, then they wouldn't get hurt by it, then the world would operate easier. It's the same way. It's the same thing. You hear somebody say something on the internet, and then you decide for yourself if it's real and true. If it is for you, cool. If it isn't, let it go. Just discard it immediately. But the mind will not let you just let go of it, because they'll either trigger the shit out of you with something, or they'll be like, yes, that person's speaking the truth. So got to use discernment and see for yourself if it's in alignment. But yeah, that's why projection is it's very important to be mindful what you're entertaining, because you can catch a stray bullet, and I said this earlier, you can catch a stray bullet that was never meant for you, and that is truly a bar. Because on the internet, people are traumatizing each other. Like, I see comments on like some videos dropping World War III in the comments. See big ass long text like this. That's not a fucking comment. That's like a damn story. That they're dropping a World War III shit onto someone else's comment. Right? Like, someone will say something like, I really like your video, something, and then some other person will just come out of nowhere and drop this big ass thing. I'm like, and then that other person will then reply because they don't know thyself, and then they're basically getting into a unnecessary problem. That's why I do my best not to leave too much comments on the internet, because I'll say what I need to say, but I don't go back and look at if anybody looks at my comments. I don't have time for that. I'll leave it there. If someone reads it, cool. If they don't, no big deal. I don't care. Nothing more, nothing less. Wow, you're back. So you dreamed for World War III. Well, guess what? You're about to get cooked then. In my reality, World War III doesn't happen. But in your reality, it'll happen. So keep doing what you're doing, Mr. Musk. I can't wait. I cannot wait until I see some of you in the other side, and I'll be like, I told you so. Maybe. I can tell you the answers to that, but maybe. You're living in your own universe. I'm living in mine. They're both accurate and true, just so you know. There's no wrong about it. If your universe is World War III, then World War III is happening. But in mine, it's not happening. Your inner world is a reflection of your outer world. And your outer world is just a picture of what's happening in your inner world. So they work hand in hand. So basically, inner world, outer world will mirror back inner world. So you have to know if the outer world is in alignment with you or not. I mean, in a different space, they definitely have. I don't know about this time space, but in a different parallel space, they definitely have done that. If you can think it, that means it already exists. So yes. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to think that. But all things are possible. There are parallel universes where we're not called humans. Sure. There's, in a different parallel universe, we're not called humans. We're called like fumins. And we don't walk with our feet. We walk with our hands, and our hands are our feet, and our feet are our hands. So we eat with our feet, and we walk with our hands. And our head is not on the top, it's at the bottom, and our private part is at the top. Take that in for a moment. And yes, there are different laws in those other realities. Like gravity doesn't exist in one of them. It's like something else. They brainwash me every night. They pause the stream and send a message. Cool. Well, if you're Elon Musk, they shouldn't be able to brainwash you because you have a lot of money. You should have a lot of power. No one should be able to brainwash you. You should have sentient over yourself. That doesn't sound like an Elon Musk to me. That sounds like a poser. No offense. Because Elon Musk doesn't subscribe to being brainwashed by others, even though he technically is being, coerced by others, and he doesn't know, but yeah. I'm just entertaining a little bit of trolliness for now. It's okay. It's okay to break character at times. I'm giving my character a moment to entertain third dimensional characters. I love it. The phones can read every Good question. See, the thing is, because you can think it, that means it exists and it's real. All things are real. And that word real is technically subjective because, oh, we got our neighbor cutting grass now, so that might be a sign for me to call it a wrap. Because otherwise, y'all are going to just hear cutting grass for the next 20 minutes. Y'all can still hear me, but grass is going to be cut. So, he's got a fair big lawn over there. He's on that side of the fence, cutting that grass. I don't know what to say about that right now, but I think it's a wrap. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go make some food, and I'm gonna spend the rest of my day doing my exercise, like my workouts. So tomorrow I'll be talking about projection. You don't hear the lawnmower? I listen to many podcasts. I'm done listening to podcasts. I've listened to too many that just obfuscate bullshit. There's no need. That's interesting. I'm surprised y'all can't hear the lawnmower. Somebody could hear a drill that's far over there, but you can't hear the lawnmower. I'm sure you can hear the lawnmower. You're probably just playing a game. Anyways, y'all have yourselves a good rest of your... I was about to say good night. Have yourselves a good rest of your day. We're talking about projection tomorrow. If you feel called to come back, cool. If you don't, no big deal. And remember that you'll have the answer. It's right here. All right. Peace out, y'all. Enjoy your day. Well, obviously. Anyways, later, y'all. Bye-bye.